yeah.
And now, our feature presentation.
Your brother is trying to regain the power of his own country. You are playing the part of a hypocrite to yourself and your kind wherever they live, by appealing to the murderers to accept you as one of them, as their sons-in-law. What a fool you are, making of yourself without the knowledge of self and the time in which you are living. This is the time that justice has come to you to settle the injustice done to you by your enemies and separate you from such evil people and give you a place somewhere on this earth that you can call your own. But you do not want a place of your own. You want to continue to live in a place with the murderers and crushers. What a silly people you are. At the same time, he is shooting and killing you in the open eyes of the world, showing that he is your worst enemy and hated you from the very beginning and will always hate you as long as he is a human being made in nature, which he is. The prophets were unable from Moses to Muhammad to reform him into a God-like person to deal justly. He cannot be reformed unless you graft him back into that which he was grafted from. As Jesus said to Nicodemus, "By no means can you see the kingdom of heaven unless you be born again." This refers to the whole Caucasian race. They must be born again, not just a change, but a change in the very nature of them.
You are lying at their gates and footsteps, begging, fighting and bleeding and falling from their blows and gunshots. You are trying to get them to accept you as their equal and as a free person. There is no way that you can settle the price of justice between you and your open enemy but by your entire submission of will to Allah, who came in the person of Master Farad Muhammad. Come follow me, your brother, Elijah Muhammad.
On sport and play. How can we say that we are the civilized people of the world when to be civilized, as Allah has taught me, one must have knowledge, wisdom, understanding, culture, and refinement and not be savage? America, more than any other country, offers our people opportunities to engage in sports and play, which cause delinquency, murder, theft, and other forms of wicked and immoral crimes. This is due to this country's display of filthy temptations in this world of sport and play.
Great sums of money are spent in sport and play, in games of chance and gambling, in the operation of sporting houses. Millions are spent on horse racing and numbers rackets, and are a disgraceful publicity of indecent sport. Hundreds of millions of dollars change hands for the benefit of a few to the hurt of millions of poor people in the bread lines and suffering from the lack of good education. With their last few pennies, they help the already helped to try winning with these gambling scientists who have prepared a game of chance that the poor suckers have only one chance out of 900 to win. Therefore, the world of sports is causing tremendous evils.
Think over the destruction of homes and families, the disgrace, the shame, the filling up of jails, state and federal, with victims of sports and play, the loss of friendship, the loss of beautiful wives and husbands, the loss of sons and daughters to these penal institutions. From dope, knives, and guns, this evil is practiced under Christianity. The poor so-called Negroes are the worst victims in this world of sport and play, because they are trying to learn the white man's games of civilization. Sport and play, games of chance, take away the remembrance of Allah, God, and the doing of good, says the Holy Qur'an. Think over what I am teaching my people and judge according to justice and righteousness. Almighty Allah, to whom all praises are due, did not raise me as a messenger like the prophets of old, but he raised me as a messenger, a warner, and a reminder to the nations of that which was prophesied to take place in these last days. We have come to the end of the prophets and the end of the old wicked world. I am missioned by the Supreme Being to awaken my people, so-called Negroes, to the times in which we are now living. It is my people who are more ignorant to the truth than any other people on the planet Earth. It is my people, furthermore, who are in the house of their enemies, whom Allah is ready to destroy by fire, and they must be warned. Finally, I must warn you against the devil's temptations, for they are seeking to make you unfit for acceptance into Allah's new world of peace, happiness, and unlimited progress. They have made you drunkards from their wine, whiskey, and beer, and other intoxicating. They have made prostitutes of our women. They have caused some of our women to love other women, and men to love men, and practice sex relations with their own sex. They have our people addicted to the worst kind of filth. They have made you dependent upon filth and vulgarity for survival. They have made us eaters of the forbidden and poisoned swine. They have made us to have wicked, swearing mouths against the Most High God, Allah. But Allah knows the guilty ones, and you shall soon see the reality about which I have been warning you for the past 31 years made manifest in this rich, wicked world of Satan. Message to the Black Man, page 248. Hypocrites, disbelievers, and obedience. We need not have fear for the future. These above words are those of disbelievers and hypocrites. The disbelievers and hypocrites of prophets and messengers of God never want to give them credit and honor and bear witness with them in saying that the message they are delivering to the people is from the Lord of the worlds, God. They always wish to give the lie to what a divine messenger or warner brings to the people from God. They say he has forged it, or it is of his own making. It is not what God said. It is his saying. These are the words of disbelievers, hypocrites, and proud ones against the truth and the bearers of truth.
The above verse says to the messenger that he is to warn a people to whom no warner has come before him.
Many of the writers of the history of Muhammad, may the peace and blessings of Allah be upon him, of nearly 1400 years ago, write that Muhammad was the first prophet that Mecca had ever seen. Even Maulana Muhammad Ali, who translated the Holy Quran in English, says in his footnotes on this verse that Muhammad was the first prophet that Mecca had ever seen, and that he was raised among the descendants of Ishmael. How do the scholars and writers of Islam say such when, if they make Muhammad a descendant of Ishmael, they are condemning their own sayings that he was the first prophet of Mecca, when both Abraham and Ishmael were prophets according to the Holy Quran. Even the Bible and all religious people recognize Abraham as being a prophet. Therefore, Muhammad could not have been the first prophet, because the very significance of the signs that Abraham and Ishmael built in Mecca tells us much about the type of prophet and people that would be raised up in the last days. So how can they say that this revelation refers to Mecca, the Meccaans, and Muhammad? It reads, "Thou mayest warn a people to whom no warner has come before, that they may walk aright." This condemns the very fundamental teaching of the origination of the prophets and guides for the people coming from that direction, from the east.
Mecca has been a sacred place. God himself has protected its sacredness ever since time immemorial.
How then could this be a savage and unknown of the righteous, and of even a righteous warner, if there were not the will of God to keep that city sacred and deserving as a sign of righteousness? Then how can the scholars say that it has not even seen a prophet or a warner from Allah? Would Abraham and Ishmael have chosen a more wicked place to set up a sign of the last warner and his people, which the Kaaba and black stone represents? The very words, "to whom no warner has come before," that they put in a book that is called the last revelation of Allah to the people, could not mean Mecca. The last warner and the last people to whom prophets and the truth have never come to are the same people that the Bible and Holy Quran refer to as being blind, deaf, dumb, and mentally dead, who must be resurrected before there can be a judgment of the wicked. No people answer this description better than the American so-called Negroes. And there is no country that better represents that description of where no prophets have been sent than America. As far back as history takes us in reference to America, we find no prophet of Allah preaching Islam or warning the people in the Western Hemisphere of a coming judgment and to submit to the will of Allah that they may be saved from the destruction of that day. It is America. The prayer of Abraham does not refer to the raising up of a prophet in Arabia, but of a prophet among that particular seed or people of his who must be searched for, located, and found. A teacher must be given to them from Allah to teach and warn them of the purpose of Allah and the purpose of the messenger being raised among them. The Bible gives us a very clear prophecy and knowledge of this particular last messenger in many places. It is that he is the first and the last who will be among the people, because they would be the only and last people who would be without the guidance of Allah at the end of the world, and must be guided into the path of Allah if they are to be saved from the destruction of the enemies of Allah who had deceived and now hold that people in bondage, the true descendants of Ishmael, of whom Ishmael himself was a prototype and his mother the outcast. There are many erroneous mistakes made by the scholars and scientists that have caused much misunderstanding of the truth. There are many Arabs throughout the world who cannot bear witness to anyone that another messenger would rise up after Muhammad, who was here nearly 1400 years ago. This is due to their misunderstanding of the Holy Quran and the scriptures of the prophets, Abraham, Moses, Jesus, and even Muhammad himself.
They forget that the Bible prophesies of a lost member of the nation of the original people of the earth, who would be lost somewhere on the earth.
But neither the Bible nor the Holy Quran specifies the place. The nearest the Bible comes to it is that they would be lost in the wilderness. That fits America. And Moses says that God told him, Deuteronomy 18:18, I will raise them up a prophet from among thy brethren like unto thee, and will put my words in his mouth, and shall speak unto them all that I command him. This is an answer or a prophecy that compares with the prayer of Abraham, that God raised up a messenger from among them and taught him the wisdom and the book, because his people would not have knowledge of the book and were only guessing at its meaning.
This book is referring to the Bible that they were guessing at its meaning. This is true. Thousands of preachers here are preaching the Bible and do not understand the true meaning of it. They only guess at its meaning. It is not true that the Bible was being taught and preached by the Arab people before Muhammad. The Torah was used among the Jewish people, but not in the vicinity of Mecca and its inhabitants. A prophet would be raised among a people, and that this man would be like Moses. But the Holy Quran and Bible do not give the direct place where this people would be. Moses was raised among his brethren to warn and guide them, and they were the ones who rejected him at first. And it was Moses that God spoke to, that a last messenger would be like him.
Moses' people had not had a prophet to come to them from God before the raising up of Moses, and they did not know the scripture because Pharaoh had them worshiping in his false religion. Therefore Moses had to preach a new God and a new religion to the Hebrews and give them a new concept of God and his religion. So shall it be with the last messenger. His people must be taught about the true God and that God's true religion which the slave masters did not teach them. The Holy Quran backs up the truth of Allah, that he always raises an apostle from among a people whom he would warn. If Allah would warn America and the poor slaves who have been blinded and made deaf and dumb by their masters, should not that messenger be one of the so-called Negroes instead of a so-called Negro trying to learn from what Muhammad said to the Arabs nearly 1400 years ago?
This is a guide for us today. It does not stop there. We have to have something more. Therefore, the Holy Quran prophesies of another scripture being given, and the Bible also prophesies of another scripture being given in the time of the judgment, because the Holy Quran takes us up to the resurrection of the dead, but not beyond that.
Warning of people whom no warner has come before, that they may walk aright. It is directed at the American so-called Negroes in North America. As Jesus comes close to revealing the whereabouts of the lost members of a great nation in these words, that he was sent to the lost sheep of the house of Israel, or in the house of Israel. He did not say that he was sent to the lost Israel, but to the lost sheep in the house of Israel. The lost sheep are not Israel. The lost sheep were in the house or government of Israel and were swallowed up by Israel so thoroughly that they were always overlooked. But we just cannot overlook the prophecy of Ezekiel, wherein he prophesies that God said, "Even I will go and search for them, and I will bring them again and settle them in their own land and among their own people." This is referring to the so-called Negroes. And Isaiah says in his prophecy concerning us that God said he would call them by a new name, that he himself would give them one of his own names, and would take away the names of the enemy and would slay the enemy. Let us remember that we must understand the truth of prophecy, the sayings of the Holy Qur'an and Bible on this subject, and then place them where they belong, and not try to fit them in some place where they do not belong. Beware of false prophets. A hypocrite is a person who is disliked by everyone, whether it be a hypocritical wife, husband, parent, son, or daughter. The hypocrite is unwanted. You can never trust hypocrites. They are liars. They are worse than disbelievers, because a disbeliever has not lied, saying that he believed and then turned back. This makes hypocrites the most hated of all people. The Holy Quran repeatedly warns the believers against hypocrites. Let us quote the 9th verse of chapter 2 of the Holy Quran, which reads like this: "They seek to deceive Allah and those who believe, and they deceive only themselves, and they perceive not." When they come in, they hope to make Allah think that they are believers, and on their leaving sincerely seek to deceive the true believers so that they may turn them against Allah, the messenger, and the truth that he has brought. They are mockers of the believers and say that they believe, but yet they are mockers of true believers. The 15th verse of chapter 2 says of them, "Allah will pay them back their mockery, and he leaves them alone in their inordinacy, blindly wandering on." The Holy Quran 63:1 reads, "When the hypocrites come to thee, they say, We bear witness that thou art indeed Allah's messenger. And Allah knows thou art indeed his messenger. And Allah bears witness that the hypocrites are surely liars." 63:2. They take shelter under their oaths, thus turning men from Allah's way. Surely evil is that which they do. 63:3. That is because they believed, then disbelieve, thus their hearts are sealed, so they understand not. They desire to make the messenger think that they are true believers by saying that they believe that he is the messenger of Allah, while in their hearts they do not believe that he is the messenger, and Allah knows what is in their hearts, that they are liars. They come in believing and then disbelieve. After their disbelief, Allah seals their hearts so that they cannot understand or believe. In the 150th verse of the 4th chapter, they are warned against trying to deceive Allah and his messenger. They say that they believe in one and disbelieve in the other, but disbelief in God or his apostle means a disbelief in both.
This verse, 4:150, reads like this:
"Those who disbelieve in Allah and his messenger and desire to make a distinction between Allah and his messenger and say, We believe in some and disbelieve in others, and desire to take a course in between." 4:151. These are truly disbelievers, and we have prepared for the disbeliever an abrasing chastisement. Holy Quran 4:152 reads, "And those who believe in Allah and his messengers, and make no distinction between any of them, to them he will grant their rewards, and Allah is ever forgiving, merciful." This is going on today among my followers. Many of the hypocrites who go out from me will still say to you that they believe in Allah, but do not believe that I am the messenger of Allah. This is as if they said that they do not believe in either one of us. You cannot get to Allah unless you come through a messenger, apostle, or prophet of Allah. When a hypocrite begins disbelieving, the light is taken from him. Able to see that he is actually a disbeliever. It is like someone wandering around in darkness but claiming that he sees his way, while the person in the light, looking on the dark, knows that he is not able to see his way around. The prophet is warned to strive hard against the hypocrites and disbelievers and be unyielding to them, for their abode is the fire of hell. The relation between the hypocrites and the believers is cut off. They are not allowed to go around the Muslims. Not even charity is accepted from hypocrites by the believers. They seek friendship with the enemies of Islam. Read chapter 5, verse 53, Holy Quran, and also chapter 4, verses 144 and 145. There is no help for the hypocrites. They practice deceit. Read chapter 47, verse 23, and also verses 25 through 28. This particular group, hypocrites, should always be watched by the believers. They are very deceitful and must be opposed by all means. They are not to be killed, for Allah desires to make them examples for others by chastising them like a parent does a child. He chastises one with the strap to warn the other not to disobey. After a divine chastisement of the hypocrites, they are turned into the doom of the real enemies, the devils. That is why the Holy Quran speaks of them as inmates of the fire of hell. The messenger is warned not to be easy with hypocrites, but to be hard against them. Read chapter 66, verse 10, as well as chapter 66, verse 9, which even warns the messenger that there were prophets who had hypocritical wives. This makes it clear to us that not only the common people can have a hypocrite in the family, but also the families of prophets. Because of this, some people will think you are weak. They will say, oh, if his wife does not believe in him, he must not be the messenger of God. If his sons and daughters do not believe in him, they say, they should know more about him than we do. He must not be the messenger.
But this does not mean that the messenger is not the true one.
Jesus prophesied that the truth will cause separation in the family. Mothers and fathers believing with children disbelieving, and children believing with mothers and fathers disbelieving. This is going on now. There are many who come to us saying that they believe and want to join with us who believe in Allah and His truth and His messenger, but many times their parent and or children do not believe. This is the judgment day which you have been warned will come. The truth of Almighty God that I preach to you is not denied by scholars or scientists who understand. And if they do not understand, send them to me, and when they leave me, they will understand that it is the truth. Chapter 104 of the Holy Quran is entitled The Slanderer. Please read it and the footnote number 2794, which fits very well with the slander I am now receiving from the chief hypocrites.
You're hearing the words of the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad in his gigantic, best-selling, award-winning book, Message to the Black Man, page 255. On hypocrites. A hypocrite, regardless to where he appears or regardless to what organization he may be a member of, whether a government hypocrite, an industrial hypocrite, a business hypocrite, or a religious hypocrite, is the most unwanted and hated of all the people concerned.
They are also the most hated by God. They are double-crossers. They come in claiming belief and then go out disbelieving. I quote several passages of the Holy Quran on hypocrites, of which the average leader or searcher of the Scripture has not known, because the Scripture teachers here in America have never studied the Holy Quran. If they had, they would not be hard to awaken or be united with their own kind. Those who disbelieve, it being alike to them, whether thou warn them or warn them not, they will not believe. Holy Quran 2:6. Allah has sealed their hearts and their hearing, and there is a covering of their eyes, and for them is a grievous chastisement. Holy Quran 2:7. This is not for people who have not known the truth of Allah and His true religion. It is for those who have known and then disbelieve after their believing. The 8th verse of the same chapter reads like this: And there are some people who say, We believe in Allah and the last day, and they are not believers. Verse 9. They seek to deceive Allah and those who believe, and they deceive only themselves, and they perceive not. Verse 10. In their hearts is a disease, so Allah increased their disease, and for them is a painful chastisement, because they lie. Verse 11. And when it is said to them, Make not mischief in the land, they say, We are but peacemakers. Verse 12. Now surely they are the mischief makers, but they perceive not.
Verse 14. And when they meet those who believe, they say, We believe. And when they are along with their devils, they say, Surely we are with you. We were only mocking.
Verse 15. Allah will pay them back their mockery, and He leaves them alone in their inordinacy, blindly wandering on. In section 16, entitled Hypocrites Are Dishonest, the Muslims are warned not to try to defend them or contend in behalf of those who act unfaithfully to their souls. Surely Allah loves not him who is treacherous, sinful. 4:107. Behold, you are they who may contend on their behalf in this world's life, but who will contend with Allah on their behalf on the resurrection day, or who will have charge of their affairs. Holy Quran 4:109. In section 17, entitled Secret Counsels of the Hypocrites, And were it not for Allah's grace upon thee and His mercy, a party of them had certainly designated to ruin thee, and they ruin only themselves, and they cannot harm thee in any way. And Allah hath revealed to thee the book and the wisdom, and taught thee what thou knewest not, and Allah's grace on thee is very great. Holy Quran 4:1-13. There is no good in most of their secret counsels except in him who enjoins charity or goodness or reconciliation between people, and whoever does this, seeking Allah's pleasure, we shall give him a mighty reward. Holy Quran 4:114. And whoever acts hostilely to the messenger after guidance has become manifest to him, and follows other than the way of the believers, we turn him to that to which he himself turns, and make him enter hell, and it is an evil resort. Holy Quran 4:115. I have followers who are now fulfilling these verses of the Holy Quran. They are true, and they are very easy to understand. Allah warns them that He will not aid them against His messenger, but will let them be manifest and bring to a naught their evil plans to destroy the messenger and the truth which he preaches, and even to take his very life and those who are with him.
And thus have we made in every town the reader of its guilty ones, that they may make plans therein. And they plan not, but against themselves, and they perceive not. Holy Quran 6:1-24.
Allah allows the wicked and the leaders of opposition to the messenger to make their plans therein, and they plan not but against themselves, and they perceive not. Allah allows the wicked and the leaders of opposition to the messenger to make their plans and try to carry them out against the messenger, and then Allah makes them to about face, and the planners of the evil receive the evil results that they wished for the messenger. Holy Quran 8:46. O Prophet, strive hard against the disbelievers and the hypocrites, and be firm against them, and their abode is hell, and evil is the destination. Holy Quran 9:73. Read 9:74.
I do not beg anyone to believe, because it is not allowed by Allah for a messenger to beg people to believe in Allah and his word of truth, neither to take him for an angel or for a prophet. This is absolutely immaterial on a prophet's part. They seek to judge the messenger of God, and, as the Bible teaches, they seek to bring him into courts of the infidels, to be judged by them, while the Bible and the Holy Qur'an warn you against trying to be the judge of a messenger of God, in these words, "Who is he that judges another man's servant?"
The Holy Quran repeatedly warns the disbelievers and hypocrites that Allah is sufficient as a judge of his messenger, and by no means will he let those who molest and seek to destroy his messenger with their tongues and their hands for no good reason. There is no excuse for their deviation, only that they were actually hypocrites, eating and feasting with us, as the Bible says, and we did not know they were such people. Allah makes them know whenever he pleases, and I warn you who read this article that these are the days of judgment, and I am your little brother, missioned by God to try to save you from going to the doom of the devil and disbelievers. Allah is a friend, and I am a friend that he has caused to rise among you, the poor black people of America who have suffered every injustice that man could suffer and are still suffering today. The enemy cannot be but a hypocrite who will now try to change to offer you friendship. The same enemy who fought and killed you yesterday cannot turn overnight and become your friend. Be warned and be careful of how you deviate and follow such evil-tongued people as you see now appearing. For in a few days God will destroy them all with those whom destruction and justice is due. May Allah pour upon the hypocrites the chastisement that he poured upon my mother's son, my own brother, who rose up against me in 1935 and joined himself with those who were bent upon taking life away.
This was for no cause other than jealousy and envy of my mission. May Allah strike them with terror and grief, that they may not have rest day or night, for they return to me evil for good. I have been better to them than they were to themselves.
Let Allah judge between me and the hypocrites and disbelievers who take Allah and his messenger and religion for mockery. Beware of false promises. The government only wants to pacify her once slaves with fancy false promises that she knows she cannot fulfill without the loss of friendship and bloodshed among her own people. But there is nothing like a good future in these rosy promises for the so-called Negroes. Why should the government hinder us? We want some of this earth and its treasures of raw materials to build us an independent nation as you and other nations have done. We want to live in peace. It is impossible to get along with you in peace while you cannot even get along with each other in peace. We were created of the essence of peace, while you were created of the essence of evilness, and evilness you will always do to either self or others. That awful day of yours will surely come, the appointed hour you are hastening by your evil intentions and doings to us, the poor black people. We who have given our sweat and blood all our lives today, we cry for justice, and you send your armed forces with trained wild dogs to kill us, as it is written of you. Ye have condemned and killed the just, and he doeth not resist you. James 5:6. You send armies of heavily armed policemen to slay the unarmed so-called Negro. Does this act of murder of unarmed people show that you are brave or cowards? You, like your fathers, hate and despise your slaves, and you beat and murder them daily. And after such inhuman treatment, you want them to love you, so that you may carry out your evil doings on them without resistance. The beating and killing of those among us who say they are Muslims is most surely hastening your doom. You hate them because Allah has revealed the truth of you to them, and you are angry and seek to take revenge on them for what Allah has made known to them of truth. There is no solution to the problem between the slave masters and their slaves other than the once slaves are going for self. for they have become a nation in a nation. One or the other must leave the other or suffer death. It is the will of Allah God that the two be separated. Both books, the Bible and Holy Quran, prophesy of a separation between the two people. A temporary solution will only increase the trouble of finding a peaceful solution between the two people. The Quran prophesy of a separation between the two people. A temporary solution will only increase the trouble of finding a peaceful solution between the two people. It is the government that is hindering a peaceful solution to this problem. It is true that the government does not want slaves, but it is equally true that she does not want slaves to go from her where they can become independent.
We, the Muslims, are sure of help from Him, Allah, who has visited us in the name of Master Farad Muhammad, God in person, the long-awaited Mahdi, who was to come and has come to slay the enemies of the righteous. He, Allah, has power over everything, small or great. He will let you kill a few of us, that He may be justified in killing all of you for the murder of all the righteous you and your people have slain since you were created. We will, by the help of Allah, unite. We will get some of this earth by the help of Allah that we can call our own. The teachings of the Holy Quran on obedience. Say, obey Allah and the Messenger. But if they turn back, Allah surely loves not the disbelievers. Holy Quran 3:31.
The religion of Islam demands strict obedience to Allah and His Messenger. The word Islam means submission, obedience. Obedience to God, Allah, is not accepted if one is disobedient to the Messenger. The Messenger believes in what has been revealed to him from his Lord, and so do the believers. Holy Quran 2:285. A true follower of the Messenger believes as the Messenger believes, but a hypocrite pretends he believes, but is not at all a believer. There are those who claim they are believers but are sympathizers of the hypocrites. Those are the ones who will never say anything one way or the other, fearing that they will show their sympathy for the hypocrite. Such ones are warned in the Holy Quran. Behold, you are they who may contend on their behalf in this world's life, but who will contend with Allah on their behalf on the resurrection day. Holy Quran 4:109. There are those who like to dispute and act hostile toward the Messenger of Allah. They are also warned in the same chapter, and whoever acts hostilely to the Messenger after guidance has become manifest to him and follows other than the way of the believers, we turn him to that to which he himself turns and make him enter hell, and it is an evil resort. Holy Quran 4:115. This refers to those whom the Messenger has guided to Allah on the right path, and who have tasted the blessings of Allah, and then turned back to that which they had been brought out of. And here Allah causes them to meet with a worse condition than they left. This is tasted by such ones in this life. Allah does not spare a messenger's nearest of kin or their wives and children. See Holy Quran 66:1-11.
Allah will chastise messengers if they disobey Him, but Allah does not allow us to be the judge of His messengers, nor does He make a second choice in choosing a messenger for another. Read the histories of the prophets of God.
O you who believe, obey Allah and obey His messenger, and make not your deeds vain. Surely those who disbelieve and hinder men from Allah's way then die disbelievers. Allah will not forgive them. Holy Quran 47:33-34. God is very hard on those who disobey His messenger. He warns in His Holy Quran not to quarrel and dispute or raise our voices above the messenger's voice. Strict respect and honor is demanded for His messengers. We should not take them lightly. We may underestimate them without knowledge. Victory of the Apostle. The hypocrites. Announce to the hypocrites that they shall have a painful chastisement. Allah will gather together the hypocrites and the unbelievers all in hell. Surely the hypocrites strive to deceive Allah, and He shall requite their deceit to them. Surely the hypocrites are in the lowest stage of the fire, and you shall not find a helper for them except those who repent and amend and hold fast to Allah and are sincere in their obedience to Allah. These are with believers, and Allah will grant the believers a mighty reward. Holy Quran 4, 140, 142, 145, and 138.
The Holy Quran has the same announcement for all disbelievers and hypocrites of the Messenger.
It is also the same given to Noah and his followers. It is the same given to all disbelieving foes and hypocrites.
The hypocrites around Moses, Jesus, and Muhammad were given the same warnings, and they, the hypocrites, are prophesied in the Holy Quran, which is a very true book, to be the same type of hypocrites and to be saying the same words to the last apostle and his true followers today as they did to the former prophets and their followers.
My followers here in America and the hypocrites among them are now being manifested to be the same as all others in the past. The hypocrites utter the same words, make mockery of the messenger and his followers, and plan to do harm to us, just as the hypocrites of the past did all other messengers and their followers.
The Holy Quran says to the last apostle, all apostles before you were mocked and called liars, but Allah reminds the last apostle to think of his disapproval of other hypocrites and disbelievers. He destroyed them, and some of the hypocrites returned after they had tasted of the chastisement. We have today such a perfect fulfillment of the prophecy of the Quran in the recent outbreak of hypocrisy among my followers. The chief hypocrite of them all, and the worst of them all, has never stopped in his attempt to do harm to my mission. Assalamu alaikum. You are listening to a reading of the words of the most honorable Elijah Muhammad, the messenger of Allah, from his manuscript, Message to the Black Man, page 261. The Holy Quran teaches, they will fight you with their tongues and even with their hands. So their tongues were not sufficient. They wanted quick action. So the chief hypocrite resorted to arming his followers as well as himself with 30 caliber weapons, knowing that my followers and I had not resorted to such weapons. They intended to spring a surprise attack by mowing us down. What happened? He and his ignorant followers had forgotten that God was with me and my followers. They did not know they could not stop us with weapons. The hypocrites always will be the losers. This chief hypocrite took a group with him to build a mosque in opposition to me, and filled it with all types of wickedness and disbelievers like himself. He wished the praise of the people and not of God. He has said everything imaginable against me, which likely will hurt him and those who follow him more than he thinks. He wants the world to recognize him as a qualified leader. He should seek the recognition of Allah. Allah is the one who makes a leader for his people. This chief hypocrite is not with Allah. If he were with Allah, he would be with me. Since he is not with Allah, he cannot claim the guidance from Allah. He has admitted that he cannot trust a religion and cannot trust a God who teaches when to act. He wants to act when he is ready to act, rather than depend upon a God who will act in his own good time. He does not wait on a God like that. Many other such fools passed away in great dishonor and shame long before this chief hypocrite. No weapons, as it is written, formed against me will prosper as long as Allah is with me and I am with Allah, because the twain will never break. We always shall be together against the enemy and together for the believers. Some of the hypocrites have come to know all of these things, but they must be punished. A hypocrite is one who first says he believes in Islam and then disbelieves and seeks to oppose the messenger and those who believe in him and his God. Their punishment, says the Holy Quran in several places, is grief, regret, shame, and disgrace. I will never forget this hypocrite's hateful acts against me. If he is the last of the 22 million, I shall remind him of his evil and wicked acts done to me in return for the good that I did for him.
He could not have risen up against me if I had not given him so much knowledge of Allah and his religion. When I made him a leader and a teacher among the people, he felt proud. He now thinks that he should be elected top man. But I am sure that he will be appointed the lowest man. He went first on the side of the Muslims, and then on the side of the devils, and again on the side of the Muslims, and again the devils. He is, as the Holy Quran says, neither this nor that. His greatest desire is for someone to declare him as their leader. He is insane for leadership and disgraces himself for that office. As I have repeatedly taught, and the scholars and scientists will agree with me, the so-called Negro must have divine leadership today. The leader must be divinely appointed, not self-made or made by the people. This is universally known. I am that man, divinely appointed by Allah. According to the Bible and Holy Quran, punishment is sure to overtake hypocrites and those who seek to oppose Allah and his apostle. I quote here a verse from the Holy Quran. Do they not know that whoever acts in opposition to Allah and his apostle, he shall surely have the fire of hell to abide in it? That is the grievous abasement.
Holy Quran 9:6-3. That is the hell that the hypocrites and disbelievers will suffer, and it begins with their feeling of fear and excitement, fear that someone is going to do harm to them, as they plan to harm those they oppose.
There is no fear for a true believer, nor shall he grieve. This grief of the hypocrites, according to the Holy Quran, prostrates them and makes them wish that they were dead. They even wish for someone to kill them. But Allah, the Holy Quran says, will not permit anyone to kill them, because death will take them out of their chastisement and grief. They will not bow in submission to the will of Allah and obedience in following his messenger, and after a year or so under this condition, they are classified with the devil to be destroyed in hellfire, the final end to both.
The Bible's last book, under the title of the Revelation of John, prophesies a great falling upon the followers, the so-called American Negro, of the symbolic beast, the white man, who are in the beast's names and who worship and believe in the white man's religion called Christianity. They worship the white man as though he were God above the supreme God of heaven and earth. They also worship the white man's leader of the Christian religion, the Pope in Rome. This is mentioned in Revelation 14:4. The grief of the hypocrites is such that even the victim is not able to say his prayers. In the first place, God has closed the door and does not hear the prayers of the hypocrites when he sends chastisement upon them. This is in store for my hypocrites, and shall befall them at any time, just as it did the hypocrites of 1935.
We actually witnessed this type of chastisement that fell upon those hypocrites in 1935. One of the hypocrites then was my own brother, and another was a minister by the name of Augustus Muhammad, my top assistant at that time in the Chicago Mosque No. 2. They felt proud after they had acquired a little wisdom and thought that they were more powerful than the teacher. I have been told directly by some of the hypocrites that they think it is time for a change and that a younger man should take my place.
And they even go so far as to designate a person whom they think should take my place. I look at them and say within myself, what a fool you are.
How can you appoint someone to take my place when I did not appoint myself? God Almighty appointed me. You are foolish to play with God's mission and his messenger to the mentally dead nation. You take it lightly that you can vote out, put down, or shoot down God's messenger and set up another of your choice. What will you do with the next group of hypocrites who may not like the man of your choice? They may shoot both you and your man down and take over. Let the hypocrites be aware that there is a great chastisement in store for them, and their aims, purposes, and wishes will never materialize. The Holy Quran teaches that their grief will be so severe that it will prostrate them, and they will be unable even to blink their eyes, and that which they feared will come to pass. What they actually feared is exposure as the losers who had lied, punishment for wishing their grief upon the messenger and those with him, victory of the messenger over them. They shall suffer the loss of true friendship, and they are not helped. They go to the devil for friendship, and he turns them down because he knows that they will not be able to help him against Allah and the apostle, because Allah and his apostle are considered submerged into one.
The apostle is considered one in Allah, and Allah is one in the apostle. So when you look at one, you see both. When you hear one speak, you hear both, because they both are as one in their agreement for the right and against the disbeliever. Therefore, Allah brings this to pass. As it was in Noah's day, so shall it be in the day of the last apostle, whom God raises from the mentally dead Negroes in North America.
Message to the Black Man, page 265. The Judgment on Universal Corruption.
Corruption has appeared in the land and the sea on account of that which men's hands have wrought, that he may make them taste a part of that which they have done, so that they may return. Holy Quran 30:41. Allah, the All-Wise, the Best Knower, who has knowledge of the past, the present, and the future, revealed this above prophecy to Muhammad. May the peace and blessing of Allah be upon him. Nearly 1,400 years ago, as though it were taking place during that time. However, it was referring to these days, and we see the manifestation and fulfillment of the above verse. There is no doubt in anyone's mind today that the condition of the nations is such that needs a ruler who is not involved in the present world of corruption to bring about peace and goodwill among the people of the earth. There cannot be peace for the lovers who seek after peace until the peace breakers have been removed from authority and their activities of mischief-making causing bloodshed, grief, sorrow, and trouble among peace-loving nations.
There is not a civilized government of people at this writing that is not in trouble and trying to find a solution to the cause. All the nations of the earth are so corrupt with other than good that they cannot come to any agreement on peace with each other, then carry it into practice. The disagreement and corruption today is seen not only in the Christian world of Europe and America, but also in the very heart of the Holy Land in Africa and Asia. Corruption started in Europe, and it has now spread over 9/10 of the population of the planet Earth. It has caused the dissatisfaction of nearly 100% of the civilized nation. Dissatisfaction has reached such a percentage that it is bound to bring about universal war, since the corruption is universal. The continuing disagreement between the heads of the nations is referred to as confusion and conflict in the Bible and Holy Quran. In this world of universal corruption and crises and the ever-growing threat of universal war, we, the so-called American Negroes, the lost-found members of the tribe of Shabazz, should unite and take our stand on the side of Allah God, His religion of peace, Islam, and our own nation, the black people. The breakup of the old world. According to the changes of civilization by Allah and His messengers from Moses to this day and the last messenger, the resurrection and return of the lost and found mentally dead members of the aboriginal people of earth, the black nation, is now. Today we live at the end of the world of people who have ruled the black man and his various colors between black and white for the last 6,000 years. The world of disbelievers and hypocrites know these are the days and the end of the rule of the white man. I am referring to the rule of people mentioned by Jesus, Allah, and the Holy Quran as being a people who were created, grafted, so that they might be tried at ruling the righteous for the past 6,000 years. Their first 2,000 years were spent in the caves and hillsides of Europe, the only appointed continent of Allah for that people. They suffered divine chastisement for the first 2,000 years on this continent for their troublemaking and for causing war and bloodshed among the original black people who had not suffered from wars, exploitation, and enslavement before the creation grafting of this people by their father Yaqub. Today they have filled the earth with their wickedness, and there is 100% dissatisfaction against their continued rule over the nation's black people. Allah now has put it in the hearts of the original people to forsake them and to separate them from living to themselves as they did before the grafting of this race of people by Yaqub. We find it as hard to separate from them as it was 600 years after they were grafted from us. In those days, they fought back to remove them from among the righteous, the original black people of Arabia.
In that war, Allah was successful, driving them, most of them, out into what is known today as Europe. EU stands for hills and cave sides of that continent, and ROPE means a place where that people were bound in.
Since 1492, the people of the white race have been allowed to spread over the face of the earth, to have the freedom of deceiving all that they could. To learn more about them, let us read and study their history. Read in the Bible the revelation of John under the title of The Beast and the Dragon. Their history shows troublemaking, murder, and death to all darker people from the far-off islands and mainlands of Asia, as well as the South Seas and the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans. All have been touched by their destructive hand and evil way of civilization, and finally the bringing of my people to make their destruction sure. Actually, it was suicide for them to have brought our fathers in slavery. This act was charged to them by the divine supreme being as being the most wicked people on the earth. Now we see the results in the fight of the ignorant among our people to gain sincere love from a people who have no sincere love among themselves. They have never practiced sincere love according to their own history of war-making, robbery, murder, and exploitation among themselves. This is clear to you who see and understand. The so-called Negro has been made so blind, deaf, and dumb by them that even the intellectual blacks now are blind and seek to make love and friendship with the people of the devil and Satan. The day of decision between the dark races or nations was begun by God himself in the person of Master Farad Muhammad, to whom be praise forever, as is prophesied in the Bible. Multitudes in the valley of decision for the day before or by 1970 the Lord is near in the valley of decision. Joel 3:14. It is clear that the armies of the nations of the earth have geared themselves for a showdown between their forces and Allah and the nation of Islam. We, the so-called American Negroes, the lost and found members of our nation, are in this decision. The second and third verses of this same chapter, chapter 3, read like this: I will also gather all nations and will bring them down into the valley of Jehoshaphat, Europe and Asia, between black and white, and will plead with them there for my people and for my heritage, the lost and found so-called Negroes, Israel, whom they have scattered among the nations, and parted my land between the European white race. And they have cast lots of my people, and have given a boy for a harlot, and sold a girl for wine, that they might drink. Joel 3:2-3. America has fulfilled this to the very letter and spirit with her slaves, the so-called Negroes, under the type of Israel. The Egyptians did nothing of the kind to Israel when they were in bondage to them. In fact, and as God taught me, the Bible is not referring to those people as his people. It is referring to the so-called Negro and his enemy, the white race. The 7th verse also gives us a hint in this way. Behold, I will raise them out of the place where you have sold them, and will return your recompense upon your own head.
Joel 3:7.
The slave masters of our fathers must reap what they have sown. Allah calls them to war in the 9th verse of the same chapter. Proclaim you among the Gentiles, prepare war. Wake up the mighty men. Let all of the men of war draw near. Let them come up. Joel 3:9. All the mighty men of science and modern warfare have been called in an effort to devise instruments and weapons against God and the armies of heaven. The nations of the earth are angry. The disbelievers and hypocrites of my people also are angry over the change of the old world to a new world of justice and righteousness, causing much spiritual darkness and misunderstanding to fall upon them.
They want to judge the person Allah should choose for his messenger. Believers, be aware of this chief hypocrite who has, for the past year, stepped beyond the limits in trying to keep people from following me. See Holy Quran 68:10-16. I am no more to suffer the evil and slanderous talk of the disbelievers, as though they are the judges of Allah's messenger, as did the messenger before me. Not one of you of the 22 million who do not believe in the truth that I am teaching will harm me in the very least. You are harming only yourselves. As I have said, Allah has given me the key to your mental death here in America, hell. I am not allowed by him to even beg you to believe, because the truth is plain enough for a fool to see and say that it is the truth. You're listening to a reading of Messenger Elijah Muhammad's fantastic book entitled Message to the Black Man, word for word. This is page 269. The Day of America's Downfall.
Allah manifests the fall of America. He desires to make America fall as a warning to her brothers in Europe. White Americans and Germans, Allah has taught me, are the most wicked of the white race. The wicked deeds that have been performed and are still being performed by white Americans upon the so-called Negroes, their slaves, are the worst in the annals of history. They have been clever enough in their wickedness to make the so-called Negro slaves love them, though they are their open enemies and murderers. Allah, in the person of Master Farad Muhammad, to whom be praised forever, now judges the American whites and is causing America's fall and total destruction. Egypt, under Pharaoh, is an example. It fulfills the signs and other prophecies of the doom of this people as foretold by the prophets from Noah to Jesus. Moses and Jesus are the most outstanding prophets in the history of the Caucasian race for the past 4,000 years. There are several other contemporaries, but Moses and Jesus are the major prophets of the white race's history. The whole of the civilized world today, as prophesied in Isaiah, is against the white man of America. Allah hates the wicked American whites and threatens to remove them from the face of the earth. Since white Americans and the white race in general have deceived the entire world of black people and their brethren, brown, red, and yellow, Allah now is causing these people to wake up and see the white race as it really is, the created enemy of the darker people.
As we see today, there is a general awakening of the darker people into the knowledge of self and the knowledge of their age-old, 6,000 years enemies all over the earth. The American white race cannot sincerely give the so-called Negroes, their slaves, a square deal. She only desires to deceive them.
Today, America is trying against her will to give the so-called Negro civil rights, which is against the very nature and will of the white race. For the first time since the black man has been here, America falsely offers him social equality in certain parts of the country. This social equality consists mostly of permitting the American black race to mix openly with the white man and his woman, the devils. The actual idea, however, is to grant the so-called Negro social equality among the lower class of whites. This is done so that the scriptures wherein the prophecy that the white man tempts and corrupts the so-called Negroes with his women might be fulfilled. God has taught me that the white race was grafted unalike, and being unalike, it is able to attract the black man and black woman, getting them to do all the evil and indecency known to the white race. The years 1965 and 1966 are going to be fateful for America, bringing in the fall of America. As one of the prophets of the Bible prophesied in regard to her, as the morning spreads abroad upon the mountains, a great and strong people set in battle array. Joel 2:2. This is the setting of the nations for a showdown to determine who will live on earth. The survivor is to build a nation of peace to rule the people of the earth forever under the guidance of Almighty God Allah. With the nation setting forth for a final war at this time, God pleads for his people, the inheritors of the earth, the so-called Negroes. The so-called Negro is the prey of the white man of America, being held firmly in the white man's power, along with 2 million Indians who must be redeemed at this time and will be, if the so-called Negro turns to his Redeemer. The problem of the American black man is his unwillingness to be separated from his 400-year-old enemies.
The problem, therefore, is harder to solve, especially with the enemy trying to fascinate the Negro with his lower-class girls, and women arraying them partly nude before the Negroes in every public news medium, cheap daily newspapers and magazines, radio and TV, and the Negro is quick to imitate. The problem between these two people separating and dignifying the so-called Negroes so they may be accepted and respected as equals or superiors to other nations must be solved. This is God's promise to the so-called Negro, the lost and found members of the original black nation of the earth. This promise was made through the mouths of his prophets, Bible and Quran, that he would separate us from our enemies, dignify us, and make us the masters after this wicked race has been judged and destroyed for its own evils. But as I said, the solving of this problem, which means the redemption of the Negro, is hard to do, since he loves his enemies. See Bible, Deuteronomy 18:15-18, Psalms, Isaiah, Matthew 25:32, and Revelations chapter 14. The manifestation of Allah and judgment between the so-called Negro and the enemy of God and nation of Islam will make the so-called Negro see and know his enemy and himself, his people, his God, and his religion. We hear the statements of black educational, political, and Christian classes which express their love for the white man, publicly asking to be his brothers, if not his brothers-in-law. Now this class wants to make it clear to the world that they really love the white race and not the black race. This means they want to be white instead of black. The devils have made them hate black. They reject the thought of black ever being the ruler or equal with the ruler. They asked boldly for inferiority, not only for themselves, but for their people. They want to absorb themselves and their kind, especially the so-called American Negro, into the race of white people, thus ending the black race. It is just the opposite with Allah, God, myself, and my followers. We want out completely. We want no claim to kinship with a people who, by nature, are not our kin. Read from Genesis to the Revelation in the Bible, and from Surah 2 to Surah 114 of the Holy Quran. By no means are the so-called Negroes and the whites kin. God did not create them to ever become brothers. One is created an enemy against the other, And since the righteous are more powerful than the wicked, Allah, the God of righteous, set a time of reckoning for the enemy, the white man, of the righteous. We want separation. We want a home on this earth we can call our own. We want to go for self and leave the enemy who has been sentenced to death by Allah, Revelations 20:10-14, from the day he was created. See this subject in the Bible and Quran. No one, white, black, brown, yellow, or red, can prove to me by any scriptures of Allah God, sent by one of the prophets of Allah God, that we should not be separated from the white race, that we should believe and follow the religion dictated, shaped, and formed by the theologians of the white race. The coming Allah and judgment of the wicked world is made clear by the prophetic sayings of the prophets. The so-called reverends and the proud intellectual class are doomed to destruction with the enemy if they remain with him instead of joining unto Allah, who loves them and who will deliver them and the nation of Islam.
The so-called Negro masses must be warned of the grave mistake they make in following the leadership of those who love and befriend their murderers. This will not get them freedom or civil rights. America is falling. Her doom has come, and none said the prophets shall help her in the day of her downfall. In the Bible, God pleads with you to fly out of her, America, and seek refuge in him. Revelations 18:4. What is going to happen in 1973 and 1974? It certainly will change your minds about following a doomed people, a people who hate you and your kind, and who call one who teaches the truth about them a hater. They are the producers of hatred of us. We are with God and the righteous. America is falling. Her doom is sealed. I compare the fall of America with the fall of ancient Babylon. Her wickedness, sins, is the same as history shows of ancient Babylon. Babylon is suddenly falling, and the destroyed howl for her. Take balm for her pains, if so she may be healed. Jeremiah 51:81. What were the sins of ancient Babylon? According to history, she was rich, she was proud, and her riches increased her corruption. She had every merchandise that the nations wanted or demanded. Her ships carried her merchandise to the ports of every nation. She was a drunkard. Wine and strong drinks were in her daily practice. She was filled with adultery and murder. She persecuted and killed the people of God. She killed the saints and prophets of Allah God. Hate and filthiness, gambling, sports of every evil, as you practice in America, were practiced in Babylon. Only America is modern and much worse. Ancient Babylon was destroyed by her neighboring nations. I warn you to let their destruction serve as a warning for America. This people has gone to the limit in doing evil. As God dealt with ancient people, so will he deal with the modern Babylon, America. As God says, Son of man, when the land people sinneth against me by trespassing grievously, then will I stretch out mine hand upon it, and will break the staff of bread thereof, and will send famine upon it, and will cut off man and beast from it. Ezekiel 14:13. We see with our own eyes, but the wicked Americans are too proud to confess that they see the bread of America gradually being cut off. Take a look into the Southwest and Middle West. See the hand of Allah God at work against modern Babylon to break the whole staff of her bread for her evils done against his people, the so-called Negroes. Texas and Kansas were once two of the nation's proudest states. Kansas known for its wheat, and Texas for its cattle, cotton, corn, and many other vegetables and fruits. They are today in the grip of a drought, continuous raging dust storms. Their river beds lie bare, their fish stinking on the banks in dry, parched mud. When the rain comes, it brings very little relief and does more damage than good. Snow comes, it brings not joy, but death and destruction. After the snow comes, more dust storms. With the rain come hailstones, very large stones. America has not seen the large hailstones. She will see hailstones the size of small blocks of ice breaking down crops, trees, and roofs of homes, killing cattle and fowl. Behind this terrific earthquake, the people, frightened, killed, much sickness and death would be widespread. You are getting a token of it now. On the outside, a threat of an atomic war between the nations of the earth. Yet you have your eyes closed at the manifest judgment of Allah, God, going on in your midst to bring this country to naught. Allah, God, has found his people, the so-called Negroes, and is angry with the slave masters for the evil done by them to his people, the so-called Negroes.
Allah, God, is going to repay them according to their doings. My poor people who have turned to their own God and religion, Allah and Islam, are being tracked down and watched as though they are about to rob a bank.
This is done to try to put fear in them so that they might stay away from their God Allah and his true religion Islam, as the devils know their salvation and defense. They, the devils, watch the steps of the righteous, the Negroes, and seek to slay them. Psalms 37:32. The so-called Negroes live under the very shadow of death in America. There is no justice for them in the courts of their slave masters. Why should not America be chastised for her evils done to the so-called Negroes? If God destroyed ancient Babylon for the mockery made of the sacred vessels taken from the temple in Jerusalem, what do you think Allah God should do for America's mockery of the so-called Negroes that she took from their native land and people and filled them with wine and whiskey? Now she, America, puts on a show of temptation with their women, white women, in newspapers, magazines, in the streets half nude, and posing in the so-called Negroes' faces in the most indecent manner that is known to mankind, to trick them, so-called Negroes, to death and hell along with them. Be wise, my people, and shut your eyes to them. Do not look at them in such an indecent way. Clean your homes of white people's pictures. Put your own on the walls. The only so-called Negroes' pictures you will see in their homes are one they have lynched, one they want to kill, or one who has betrayed his own people for them. America is falling. She is a habitation of devils and every uncleanliness and hateful people of the righteous. Forsake her and fly to your own before it is too late. The decline of the dollar. The stronghold of the American government is falling to pieces. She has lost her prestige among the nations of the earth. One of the greatest powers of America was her dollar. The loss of such power will bring any nation to weakness, for this is the media of exchange between nations. The English pound and the American dollar have been the power and beaconing light of these two great powers. But when the world went off the gold and silver standard, the financial doom of England and America was sealed. The pound has lost 50% of its value. America's dollar has lost everything now as power backing for her currency, which was once backed by gold for every $5 note and up. All of her currency was backed by silver from a dollar note and up. Today, the currency of America is not backed by any sound value, silver or gold. The note today is something that the government declares it will give you the value in return, but does not name that value. They definitely are not backing their currency with silver or gold. This is the number one fall, and it is very clear that the loss of the power of the American dollar means the loss of the financial power of America. What will happen, since there is no sound backing for her notes? We do not know. What should we expect, even in the next 12 months, under the fall of the power of America's dollar? This means that we have 100% inflation. What could happen under 100% inflation? Your guess is as good as mine. The power of gold and silver was once abundant in America, but the touch of the finger of God against the power of so mighty a nation has now caused the crumbling and fall of America. We can easily and truthfully liken the fall of America to the prophetic symbolic picture given in the Bible Revelations of John 18:2. The name Babylon used there does not really say whether it is ancient Babylon or a picture of some future Babylon. The description it gives is as follows. And he, angel, cried mightily with a strong voice, with authority, saying, Babylon the great is fallen, and is become the habitation of devils. Allah has declared the people to be a race of devils. Shows the cause of her fall. First, she had become the habitation of devils, making her a haven for every people that love the works and doings of the devil. Here the prophet refers to them symbolically as being a hole of every foul spirit and a cage of every unclean and hateful bird. People are referred to as birds, snakes, beasts, fish, and other animals to tell or represent the characteristics of that person. It is universally known that the very beginning of the American people was from the lower class of European people. Their first ruler, President Washington, was a fugitive from England. The common, dissatisfied, and lower grade of European people followed and boosted his authority. This filled and inhabited America with a very low class and low-based people.
Then this type of people went into Africa and purchased slaves from among our people, who were also uneducated, most of them. But there were a few who were highly educated. All of these began to mix with the low-based, evil-minded, real citizens of the Western Hemisphere, whites. When America began to get strong in power, she opened her doors to the underprivileged laborers in overpopulated countries such as China, Japan, and other European states to seek citizenship in America. This brought America into being one of the most mixed people who were granted the freedom to live any kind of life they chose. They were not forced to serve the God of the universe who made heaven and earth, or any religion. They had freedom to worship. This made America a haven for any people who wished to be free of the compelling aspects of religious and just rule and authority. This people, for the past 500 years, has put into practice every evil that is imaginable. The freedom of uncleanliness is granted and is worshipped. The percentage of sexual worship of the same sex is greater than in any other government on the face of the earth. Little children are being taught sex almost from the cradle, making the whole nation, as one man put it, nearly 90% freaks of nature.
On the streets of any metropolitan city in America, it is common to see men sweethearting with men and women sweethearting with women, little boys with boys and little girls with girls. It is so common that a decent family is puzzled as to where to send their children for schooling. There are no all-girls schools as there once were. They are all-girls schools of sweethearts, the same sex falling upon their own. Boys' colleges are breeding such filthy practices. The jails, prisons, and the federal penitentiaries are all breeding dens of homosexuals. As the prophet says in the 18th chapter, she is a cage of every unclean and hateful bird. There are types of hateful birds. This is why a symbolic name is given. It means human beings. There are birds of prey and birds that are unclean, such as crows, owls, buzzards, and ravens, who live and thrive off the carcasses of others. And there are unclean people living and thriving off the unclean.
It is time that God intervenes to bring about an end of such people as the wicked of America.
She offers the same filth to all of the civilized people of the earth, and she hates you if you are against her way of life and will threaten you with death, as the Sodomites did Lot and his followers. But I say to you, as the 4th verse of chapter 18 says, you that want to be a better people than this, come out of her. The American so-called Negroes are referred to here in the 4th verse as being God's people, my people. Come out of her, that ye be not partakers of her sins, and that you receive not of her plagues. This is a call to the American so-called Negroes to give up a doomed, wicked people that have destroyed them from being a people worthy of recognition and who have now become lovers of their enemies and destroyers. The 5th verse tells us that her sins have reached into heaven, and God has remembered her iniquities and is ready to destroy her. Her destruction cometh quickly, according to the 8th verse, that plagues of death, mourning, and phantoms, which cometh in one day, 1 year, and then after that she shall be destroyed by fire, utterly burned. This is backed up in these words: Strong is the Lord God who judge her. Here it gives us a knowledge that he who judges is well able with power, with wisdom, and with deliberate and careful maneuvering to give judgment against her. The resurrection of our people. The old world must be removed to make way for the new world. There is a universal struggle being waged by the old world against the beginning of the new world. Will the old world's opposition prevent the establishment of the new world? According to recorded history, the efforts being made by the old world against the beginning of a new world will fail, as did former opponents of Allah. According to the history of Noah, the people ridiculed the very thought of Allah bringing a flood to drown them. Noah was laughed at and scorned for preaching such a doctrine. According to the Bible and Holy Qur'an, he was called a liar and looked upon as a crazy person.
This is a reading of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad's Message to the Black Man, word for word, page 279.
Some of the members of Noah's family joined the mockers and disbelievers of Allah and his messenger, who was Noah. They also met the same fate of the others who disbelieved. The opposition of that world to the advent of a better world was a total failure. So shall it be with those today who oppose the beginning of a new world of righteousness, Islam.
In the time of Abraham and his nephew Lot, before the birth of Ishmael and Isaac, Abraham's 2 sons, the people, mockers and haters of truth and righteousness in that part of the world, the cities of Sodom and Gomorrah, had become victimized by every imaginable evil.
They even threatened the life of the preacher of righteousness, Lot, disregarding the strangers, angels visiting Lot until it was too late. So it is with the opponents of the messenger of Allah today in America. The wicked always believe they are mightier than Allah, and they make a supreme effort to thwart the plan and purpose of Allah to bring about a better world. They always love to attack the messenger to try to condemn him as a liar. Trying to prove the messenger a liar means calling Allah a liar. The Holy Quran repeatedly prophesies a miserable, shameful, and disgraceful defeat for the disbelievers and hypocrites in their campaign against the last messenger of Allah, whom Allah would raise in the time of the resurrection of the dead people. Messengers are never sent. They always are raised in the midst of those whom Allah would warn, so they cannot claim that they did not understand the language of the messenger or say that he was a foreigner or stranger. The messenger is one from them. For over 40 years I have served you, just as Allah's warners of old served the hard-hearted and hard-headed disbelieving people who were great lovers of the enemies of Allah and the true religion Islam, which means entire submission to Allah's will. There is mockery and evil plans are made against my life by the wicked, just as they were made against Noah and subsequent prophets. The powerful, rich world of Christianity, especially America, is made to seem as immovable as the mountains. But it is not impossible to remove mountains. They can be removed by high explosives. So wealth and power also can be reduced to nothing. We are now living in the judgment or doom of the white man's world. Preparations have been made to meet every effort by the white man to oppose the beginning and setting up of Allah's new world of righteousness, Islam. The government, USA Today, watches my followers with an evil eye, seeking to deceive anyone who would enter the fold to help further the cause of truth and the upliftment and the mourning heads and grieving hearts of the American so-called Negroes to help them make a nation of righteousness and justice to serve as a star for the nations of their own kind forever. The U.S. government is active in its deceitful work of trying to slow the progress of resurrection of our people. American whites want us to reject Allah and the true religion Islam and believe in their false religion and false God, whom they cannot make manifest to you. They cannot prove to you in this day and time that Christianity is a defense for you as well as for themselves against their doom. America must be taken and destroyed according to the prophets at the time and end of the wicked world, where the lost and found members of the ancient and aboriginal people are found. America hates and mistreats her slaves to the extent that it has reached the heart of Allah and the righteousness of the people of the earth, the nation of Islam. We read where our black brothers refer to the American so-called Negroes as their brothers, while according to the preachings of some of these lost and found members of the aboriginal nation of the earth, they would rather have themselves referred to as the brothers of their enemies. The extent to which the enemy has poisoned the minds and hearts of my people here in America is shameful. They willfully do anything to deceive the so-called Negroes into going to their doom with them. There is no way for the enemy of Allah, his messenger, and his people, the darker people of the earth, to find strength, power, and wisdom enough to win in a war against Allah. As it is written in the Christian Bible and many other places, "But the day of the Lord will come as a thief in the night, in thee which the heavens shall pass away with a great noise, and the elements shall melt with fervent heat. The earth also, and the works that are therein, shall be burned up." Peter 3:10. The earth shall not be burned, it will be here for many thousands of years to come. Only that on the earth the devils, which have sinned against Allah and his laws, will be destroyed. The earth, the sun, the moon, and the stars have never disobeyed Allah since their creation. Make America know her sins. The doom of America approaches, and there are many people who do not really know why. There are also many who would not like to know. As I have always said, truth hurts, especially the guilty. It is the expressed purpose of the coming of God, whose proper name is Allah, to make manifest the sins of a people who he would destroy, justifying his destruction of that people. America represents herself as a Christian nation. This means that they are followers of Jesus, whom they call the Christ, and say that they are crystallized into him and God and have become one. As they say, God the Father, Jesus the Son, and the Holy Ghost. They profess to be a friend and defenders of all peace-loving and freedom-loving people. The only people we really see that they want to be friends of are themselves and their kind. They are really sincere when they say that they are freedom-loving people. Above all, the white man the world over wants to be free to rule and dominate the aboriginal people. Today, America's doom is set like a die. She cannot escape. It is impossible for her to escape, would classify the prophets of God and God himself as predicting lies. When God appeared to me in the person of Master Farad Muhammad, to whom praises are due forever, in 1931 in Detroit, he said that America was his #1 enemy on his list for destruction.
While he mentioned other European whites as getting a little extension of time, he singled America and Germany out as being the two worst, vicious, evil, destructive troublemakers of the entire nation Earth.
And that America has mistreated us, the so-called Negroes, so much that she cannot be equally paid back for the evils she has done to the poor black slaves. There are thousands and tens of thousands of American so-called Negroes, and in those tens of thousands are such professional and educated class of people as preachers, ministers of the white man's Christianity, even scientists, scholars of many kinds, and technicians of all kinds, who have become submerged into the love and worship of the white race because of advantages. Today, they preach the gospel of being an American citizen and worship equally their intermarriage with white Americans, who used the black women from the time they were brought here 400 years ago until this very day as they would their stock and cattle. It is a perfect shame and disgrace to see men of the black nation professing themselves to be spiritual guides of God and his people, endorsing and backing the rule of enemies who have spoiled and exploited them to the extent that they are not recognized even among their own kind outside America. These ignorant black people will oppose anyone who preaches freedom, justice, and equality in some of this earth that we can call our own. It is clear that such a spiritual leader as this is more an enemy to his people than the real devil Caucasian. They want to please the enemy at the expense and destruction of their own people. They are more upset, the clergy, over the preaching of justice for our people and a home on this earth that we can call our own than the white man himself. They hope, as I said, to always say, preach, teach, pray, sing, and act in a way which pleases the slave master of their fathers and his children. They are a class of Uncle Toms and stool pigeons.
They are the first to go to the policemen and FBI, seeking persecution for those who stand for freedom, justice, and equality, and independence for the black man of America by their admired and worshiped enemy, the white race.
They will accuse them of trying to overthrow the government or even of causing trouble. The white man has looked into their faces many times as into their children's faces and cursed them and called them black Negroes and told us to our faces that they hate us and should kill us. All of my life I have heard this, and all of their lives they have heard the same from the mouths of these people. But today they wish to save their skin by sacrificing their poor, blind, deaf, and dumb people to the destroyer for their own selfish gains. I have begged and begged for many years for just a conference with them, but they will not come near. But they will go to the white man and beg him to drive Elijah and his followers out and even kill them. This is the enemy, but Elijah Muhammad is laid as a stumbling stone. That stone that has been rejected by the builders, whosoever falls on that stone will be broken to pieces, and whosoever the stone falls upon will be ground into powder. No wonder the Bible says, woe, woe unto such professional class that stand in the way of those who would enter the kingdom of heaven. They refuse to go in themselves and seek to prevent those who are trying to enter. I am sorry for my poor people who should be helping in the right way to get a permanent future of freedom, justice, and equality, and who now, due to fear, are doing everything to oppose it. They are dumb enough to the knowledge of the scriptures of what God has prophesied he would do in this day and time, and they make mockery even of the messenger of God, because God did not choose one of them or one of their proud politicians. They make mockery of him as being too ignorant to lead them. But let them tell you what type of an apostle or prophet God promised them. Was it a man from some of the enemy colleges and universities with an armful of degrees coming from these institutions of learning of the enemy? Let them read their scriptures and see what type of man God promised to choose for a last messenger. How many of the prophets in the past were educated men of the civilization in which they were born before the call of God?
The sins of America are terrible. She has risen up in this part of the earth, which was wilderness, forsaken by all our people for thousands and thousands of years, and was used for a kind of exile continent. The white man came out of Europe in desperation, seeking a place to expand, and began to kill the aboriginals of this continent, the Red Indian, and take their homes.
This was one of her great sins. The white man has left a remnant of that people for the sake of mockery, and for his children to see the people their fathers conquered in taking this land of the Indians for their own land, as they call it today. God never intended that the people of the earth go about killing each other to rob each other of their homes. It was never done by anyone but the white race. He was not satisfied in killing all the aboriginals here to take their homes, but went back into the old world of Africa and Asia and deceived and brought our fathers here for no other purpose than to make them slaves and to experiment on them. They have never been a friend to us, nor do they ever intend to be. They cannot be a friend because they were not created in any such nature to be a true friend to anyone, not even to themselves. Today she is being upset with wars, little scrimmages breaking out here and there over the earth, keeping her busy, running from one fire to the other, trying to prevent the fire from spreading into a national or international fire. She must get a taste of what she has put upon other people. Therefore Almighty God himself is stirring up the nations of the earth against her. And, as it is written, they shall come against her as she has gone against other people, and taken away their wealth, and brought it, and poured it into her treasures, so shall it be done to her. A house doomed to fall. We cannot deny the fact that the Christian West is responsible for this universal corruption in the land and sea. From the same corruption that their own hands have wrought will come their doom. The Christians preach that which they do not do and cannot do.
Such as, love thy neighbor. I have as yet to meet one who loved his neighbor as he did himself. Thou shalt not kill. I have as yet to meet such a Christian. They even fight against each other, rob and kill each other, but yet represent themselves as world peacemakers. With whom? The great deceivers of the world will reap what they have sown. Have they not corrupted many people and nations under the false disguise of good, peaceful, loving Christians? The Christian West is full of the worst crimes, practicing evils and indecencies to the fullest and seeking to practice them on other nations as well. Universal tempters ever parading before the world their bold half-nude girls and women.
They are before your eyes in almost everything, regardless. Murder, gambling, robbery, drunkenness, drugs, adultery, lying. There is hardly any end to it.
Their land and seas are filled with deadly weapons of war. Their islands of the sea are filled with corruption by all the nations of earth, for they are proud and boastful, and are now hated and despised according to their wishes. Their religion, Christianity, is a curse to us, the black man, and is full of slavery teaching. They have poisoned the Bible with their adding to and taking from the truth. Now their doom is in sight. It is their own work. They rule the sea with powerful deadly ships, parking them off the shores of the homes of other nations. They secure air bases on foreign soils to park deadly bomb-carrying planes within striking distances of those whom they think to be their enemies. Is this not the easy way to make enemies? Is this the act of a real Christian? The followers of Jesus whom they preach came for the peace of mankind, and to teach the sheathing of the sword and the turning of the other cheek. Where is a good Christian among this race?
They love meddling in other people's affairs. They are in every fight or war, regardless of with whom or where, but yet crying, peace, peace, with every deadly weapon of war, brandishing them before the nation as a dare. Shall not the God of peace and justice deal with such troublemaking people as he did with those before you of old? I warn every one of you, my people, fly to Allah with me. As I warned you, the judgment of this world has arrived. Get out of the church, and get into the mosques, and join unto your own kind, the nation of Islam. The house you are in shall surely fall, and never rise again. Page 286, Message to the Black Man. The fulfillment of prophecies seen. The signs of the coming of God. And Jesus said unto them, See ye not these things? Verily I say unto you, there shall not be left here one stone upon another that shall not be torn down. Matthew 24.
This chapter refers to the signs of the judgment of the wicked world. Jesus pointed out examples of the destruction of the Jewish temple or synagogue, and the historians wrote that the Romans came about 70 years later after the death of Jesus and sacked Jerusalem. Really, this was not the end of Jesus' prophecy of the destruction of Jerusalem by the Romans, for all the stones were not overthrown by Rome.
This had reference to the end of the whole world of the wicked. Let us take note of his words in the 4th and 5th verses. Take heed that no man deceive you, for many shall come in my name, saying, I am Christ, and shall deceive many. This did not happen before the destruction of Jerusalem by the Romans. This refers to the entire period of 2,000 years after his, Jesus' death. It is referring to the many who would come and try to imitate him, and shall deceive many, especially the very ignorant people who are given to superstition, who can be easily deceived, and they will sometimes add to a leader's title whom they are not serving. For instance, the ancient Romans were so ignorant and superstitious of the divine supreme being that they made gods for themselves out of stones, wood, bulls, and the stars of heaven such as Venus. They still have in the Vatican, so I am told, an image of a calf made of pure gold. It is the Pope of Rome today whom the Church accepts as its intercessor between the Christians and God. And all Catholics, such as priests and cardinals, profess to have the power to pray the soul out of purgatory. All of this is completely out of line with the true worship of God. The Pope takes his place as the head of the Christian Church, while the Church at the same time claims Jesus Christ to be its head. But in reality, they recognize the Pope, Father, as being their head. Of course, this is more true, because Jesus was not the head of any church. The church was organized by the Romans according to history and not by Jesus.
And the truth of this is that it, the church, does not have any divine power for anyone.
If the Christians were not backed by the white man's money, guns, power, and bombs, the church would have no power at all. Here many are deceived by the millions in bowing to the head of the church, the Pope of Rome. The late Pope, who recently died, according to history, used to be a soldier and then a general. He fought in wars and did many other acts of unrighteousness before taking his place as the head of the church. Many shall come in my name. This does not mean every little local fellow. It means people who get national and world fame by claiming themselves to be Jesus Christ or God. There have been many who have risen up in Islam in the past who went in the name of the Mahdi, but were not the true Mahdi. Even to the late Maulana Muhammad Ali, who also claimed himself to have been Christ, the Messiah, when he was among the Christians, the Jews, Hindu, and among the Muslims, their Mahdi.
Today, that has all been hushed up and past. The world does not look to him as having been their Mahdi or the Christians' Messiah.
Old Orthodox Christians, like old Orthodox Hebrews, have expected a return of their once great spiritual leaders or prophets, Moses and Jesus, who taught, as the Christians teach today, a return of the Jesus at the end of the world.
Old Orthodox Muslims preach a return of Muhammad of 1400 years ago, or that there will be no need of another prophet after him, for he settled everything. They do not take the slightest thought that these prophets could not have been the last who would usher in the judgment. There have been so many things that have come to pass since that time that someone is needed to enlighten the people as to these latest events and to serve as a guide for the people into the presence of God.
What the prophets brought to the people 4,000 years ago was for that people for the next 2,000 years to the birth of Jesus. And what Jesus brought, the Injil or New Testament, was to last until the end of the world, that is, the time and destruction of the wicked world ruled by Satan and the setting up of a new universal government under the guidance of Allah or Mahdi, sometimes called the Great Mahdi, to make a distinction from the many others who would be called by such name, as there are many Muslims who have adopted Mahdi, like the many Italians who have adopted Jesus for their names. The next verse, 6, tells us that Jesus had in mind the end of the entire world, and not Jerusalem. It reads like this: And ye shall hear of wars and rumors of wars. See that ye be not troubled, for all these things must come to pass, but the end is not yet. The wars mentioned in the 6th verse, the nations rising against nations, kingdoms against kingdoms, the famines and pestilence and earthquakes mentioned in the 7th verse are what we must expect to take place before the end. Rise and fall of the Christian West. The fall of America is now visible and understandable, not only in the eyes of scholars and scientists, but even in the eyes and understanding of the ignorant. Long has Allah God been gradually removing the power of the great and mighty America, while few have noticed it. This has been done by degrees, and they do not perceive it. The Holy Quran says he brings powerful nations to a naught, and when it is discovered, it is like a growth of cancer that has been eating at the body for many years while the patient was unaware of it. Today, it is visibly understood that the fall of America cannot be checked, for the foundation has been removed. The 1914 war, which involved all of the white race, crushed the power of Turkey in Europe and pushed that power back across the Bosporus, or pushed Islam out of Europe as nearly as possible. An old prophetic saying is that when Turkey has been pushed out of Europe across the Bosporus, setting her capital away from the once Constantinople, this would mark the end of the white world. I can say truthfully, and the scientists will agree, that the 1914 war marked the fall of the white world as a power over the black world, the aboriginal people. That was some 50 years ago.
In another prophecy, the War of 1914 is referred to as the War of the Antichrist, or what we today call Christian Europe and America. They are referred to as antichrists because they are against the government of the true God of the black people. Christ here means God in person in the last days, or end of the Caucasian world. The name Christ spiritually means one who is coming at the end to crush the power of the infidel or the race of devils. It is easy for you to understand that they are against the real Christ by their persecution, jailing, beating, and killing of the prophets and their followers of Allah God. Now they openly tell you of their plans to kill me, the last messenger of God and resurrector of the mentally dead of my people.
At the present hour, they hold hundreds and thousands of my followers in prison, threatening them with the worst treatment because they are Muslims. You can also see how at the present time, no Muslim followers of mine can get justice in the lily white courts of America. Of course, these same conditions prevail for most of the so-called American Negroes. There is no justice for any of us in the courts of white people. They have been made manifest to the world as being a race of devils, wherein we cannot expect any justice or sincere friendship unless we are everything that they are in wickedness. Righteousness is hated by them. We have given you an example of ones who are trying to be righteous and peaceful in their midst, and yet we are the most hated of all. They even teach my own people to hate me, and then charge me with teaching hate. I warn my people to beware of such an evil race of people. Beware of their deceitful plans to trick black Americans into going to their doom with them. They are so afraid that Allah will give the so-called American Negro wisdom and a grand kingdom on some of this earth that we can call our own, under the beautiful crescent of Islam, entire submission to the will of Allah God, that they are even teaching the so-called American Negro soldiers, as I have learned, against accepting Islam. The truth is worrying them. This should teach the so-called American Negro that the white man has never wanted him to be free, never wanted him to lead them, and never wanted to exercise the God-given freedom, justice, and equality that even nature offers. Message to the Black Man, page 290. Battle in the sky is near. The vision of Ezekiel's wheel in a wheel in the sky is true if carefully understood. There is a similar wheel in the sky today, which very well answers the description of Ezekiel's vision. This wheel corresponds in a way with the spear of spears, called the universe.
The maker of the universe is Allah, God, the father of the black nation, which includes the brown, yellow, and red people. The great wheel which many of us see in the sky today is not so much a wheel as one may think in such terms, but rather a place made like a wheel.
The likes of this wheel-like plane was never seen before. You cannot build one like it and get the same results. Your brains are limited. If you would make one to look like it, you could not get it up off the earth into outer space. The similar Ezekiel's wheel is a masterpiece of mechanics. Maybe I should not say the wheel is similar to Ezekiel's vision of a wheel, but that Ezekiel's vision has become a reality. His vision of the wheel included hints on the great wisdom of Almighty God Allah, that really He is the maker of the universe, and reveals just where and how the decisive battle would take place in the sky. When guns and shells took the place of the sword, man's best defense against such weapons was a trench, ditch. Poison gas and liquid fire brought him out. Today, he has left the surface for the sky to destroy his enemy by dropping and exploding bombs on each other. All this was known in the days of Ezekiel, and God revealed it to him that through Ezekiel we might know what to expect at the end of this world. The originator and his people, the original black people, are supremely wise. Today, we see the white race preparing for the sky battle to determine who shall remain and rule this earth, black or white. In the battle between God and the disbelievers in the days of Noah, the victor's weapon was water. He used fire in the case of Sodom and Gomorrah. In the battle against Pharaoh, he used 10 different weapons, which included fire and water, hailstones, and great armies of the insect world, and droughts, and finally plagued them with death. The Holy Qur'an says, the chastisement of Pharaoh was like that which God would use against his enemies in the last days. Throughout the Bible and Holy Qur'an, teachings on the judgment and destruction of the enemies, fire will be used as the last weapon. The earth's greatest arms are fire and water. The whole of its atmosphere is made up of fire and water and gases. It serves as a protected coat of arms against any falling fragments from her neighbors. Ezekiel saw wheels in the middle of a wheel. This is true. The universe in the universe, it is made up of revolving spears. There are wheels in the wheel. The present wheel-shaped plane, known as the mother of planes, is 1/2 mile by a 1/2 mile and is the largest mechanical man-made object in the sky. It is a small human planet made for the purpose of destroying the present world of the enemies of Allah. The cost to build such a plane is staggering. The finest brains were used to build it. It is capable of staying in outer space 6 to 12 months at a time without coming into the Earth's gravity. It carried 1,500 bombing planes with most deadliest explosives, the type used in bringing up mountains on the Earth. The very same method is to be used in the destruction of this world. The bombs are equipped with motors, and the toughest of steel was used in making them. This steel drills and takes the bombs into the earth at a depth of 1 mile and is timed not to explode until it reaches 1 mile into the earth. This explosion produces a mountain 1 mile high. Not one bomb will fall into water. They will all fall on cities, as Ezekiel saw and heard in his vision of it. Chapter 10:2. The plane is terrible. It is seen, but do not think of trying to attack it. That would be suicide. The small circular-made planes called flying saucers, which are so much talked of being seen, could be from this mother plane. This is only one of the things in store for the white man's evil world. Believe it or believe it not. This is to warn you and me to fly to our own God and people. Message to the Black Man, page 292. The great decisive battle in the sky. And there shall be signs in the sun, and in the moon, and in the stars, and upon the earth distress of nations with perplexity. the sea and the waves roaring, men's hearts failing them for looking after those things which are coming on the earth. For the powers of heaven shall be shaken. They see the Son of Man coming in a cloud with power and great glory. St. Luke 21:25-27. You will bear me witness that we are living in such time as mentioned in the above prophecy, signs in the sun and in the moon. The phenomena going on in the sun and its family of planets testify to the truth that something of the greatest magnitude is about to take place. The final war or battle between God and the devils in the sky. Allah God, who has power over all things, is bringing the powers of the sun, moon, and stars into display against his enemies. The fire of the sun to scorch and burn men, and the vegetation and dry up the waters. The moon will eclipse her light to bring darkness upon man and upon all living things, to disrupt with her waves all air communications. The magnetic powers of the moon will bring about such tidal waves of seas and oceans as man has never witnessed before, the sea and the waves roaring. As men's hearts fail them with fear at the sea, looking upon great tidal waves coming toward them like mountains, they also shall see such a great display of power from Allah, God, in the sky that their hearts will fail. Great earthquakes never felt before since man was upon the earth will take place, say the Bible and the Holy Qur'an. The Holy Qur'an says, there will not be one city left that will not be leveled to the ground. Using this force against the enemies of Allah will make it impossible for them to survive. This is all known to this world, but why are they trying to build up a defense against God? It is useless. America has it coming. Look how she has been and still is mistreating her freed slaves, so-called Negroes. The foolish so-called Negro preachers and leaders want social equality with these, their enemies. The great distress of nations spoken or prophesied of coming in the above chapter and verses is now going on. Confusion all over the Western world today. They, devils, see the end of their world, and they see the signs of the Son of Man coming in the sky with power and great glory, the great Ezekiel's wheel, and the unity of the Muslim world, and the distress of nations. The so-called Negro must awaken before it is too late. They think the white man's Christianity will save them regardless of what happens, and they are gravely mistaken. They must know that the white man's religion is not from God, nor from Jesus or any other of the prophets. It is controlled by the white race and not by Almighty Allah God. The near event draws nigh. There shall be none besides Allah to remove it. Do you wonder at this announcement? And will you laugh and not weep, while you sport and play? So make obeisance to Allah and serve Him. Holy Quran 53, 57, 58, 59, 60. Let us remember another Quran saying, none disputes concerning the communications of Allah God, but those who disbelieve. Therefore let not their going to and fro in the cities deceive you. The people of Noah and the parties after them rejected prophets before them, and every nation proposed against their apostle to destroy him, and they disputed by means of the falsehood, that they might thereby render null the truth.
Therefore I destroyed them. How was then my retribution? And thus did the word of your Lord prove true against those who disbelieved, that they are the inmates of the fire. Holy Quran 40, 4, 6.
The battle in the sky. The final war between Allah God and the devils is dangerously close. The very least amount of friction can bring it into action within minutes. There is no such thing as getting ready for this most terrible and dreadful war. They are ready. Preparation for the battle between man or nations has been made and carried out on land and water for the past 6,000 years. Man has now become very wise and has learned many of the secrets of nature which make the old battles with swords and bows and arrows look like child's play. Since 1914, which was the end of the time given to the devil's white race to rule the original people, black nation, man has been preparing for a final showdown in the skies. He has made a remarkable advancement in everything pertaining to a deadly destructive war in the sky. But Allah, the best of planners, having a perfect knowledge of his enemies, prepared for their destruction long ago, even before they were created. Thanks to Allah, to whom eternal praise is due, who came in the flesh and the blood. He has been for more than 70 years making himself ready for the final war. Allah, whom we praise, comes in the person of Master W.F. Muhammad, the great Mahdi, expected by the Muslims and no praise is due, who came in the flesh and the blood. He has been for more than 70 years making himself ready for the final war. Allah, whom we praise, comes in the person of Master W.F. Muhammad, the great Mahdi, expected by the Muslims and the Antichrists, the devils, under the names Son of Man, Jesus Christ, Messiah, God, Lord, Jehovah, the last Jehovah, and the Christ. These meanings are good and befitting as titles, but the meaning of his name, Mahdi, as mentioned in the Holy Quran Sharif 2254, is better. All of these names refer to him. His name, Farad Muhammad, is beautiful in its meaning. He must bring an end to war, and the only way to end war between man and man is to destroy the war maker, the troublemaker. According to the history of the white race devils, they are guilty of making trouble, causing war among the people and themselves ever since they have been on our planet Earth. So the God of the righteous has found them disagreeable to live within peace, and has decided to remove them from the face of the earth. God does not have to tell us that they are disagreeable to live within peace. We already know it, for we are the victims of these troublemakers. Allah will fight this war for the sake of his people, the black people, and especially for the American so-called Negroes. As I have said time and again, we, the so-called American Negroes, will be the lucky ones. We are Allah's choice to give life, and we will be put on top of civilization. Regrets of the doubters. And on the day when the wrongdoer will bite his hands, saying, "Would that I had taken away with the messenger." Holy Quran 25:27. According to the histories of the prophets of the past, all of their rejected enemies and mockers of the people had the same regret when the truth of the message that these prophets delivered was made manifest. And the disbelievers hated themselves for rejecting those warners and prophets of old. The people of Noah showed regret when they saw the flood coming upon them. The people of Sodom and Gomorrah regretted their ignorant acts of disbelieving the truth of Abraham and Lot, and wished that they had followed Lot out of the city, and that they had believed before the fire came, so that their cities and their lives would not have been destroyed. It was also the regret of Pharaoh and his people for not believing the warning that Moses brought to them from Allah. When these rejectors of the prophets saw their doom approaching, they said, as the disbelievers said in the 27th verse, that they wished they had followed the prophet. And so it will be, according to the Bible and Quran, with those whom this particular 25th chapter refers to, who reject the last one in the time we are now living in, the resurrection and the judgment. Those of my people and the weak Orthodox Muslims who reject the plain truth and warning that Allah has revealed to me, and that I am teaching, to fly to Allah and his true religion of entire submission and submit to his will, do so because of their love for the enemies of Allah, his prophets, and his religion, Islam. They reject this truth to me, the bearer of this truth. They love the wealth and riches of this people who love not God, the giver of the wealth and riches that they have been so abundantly blessed with. They wish to remain and enjoy the wealth with these people as well as with intermarriage and their sport and play.
They will say what the former rejectors said when they see the chastisement of Allah coming upon them and all of their wickedness, evilness, and murder. The so-called Negroes of America will also wish they had followed me to Allah.
The biting of their hands, as mentioned in this verse, shows intense grief for their mistake of accepting the false friendship of this evil and murderous race.
The white American citizens and the Negroes who are today preaching friendship and intermarriage with their 400-year-old enemies will say these same words, "Oh, woe is me, would that I had not taken such a one for a friend." 28th verse.
And they will confess that certainly he leads me astray from the messenger after he had come to me with clear warning and with plain truth. 29th verse. And will admit that the devil's promises were all false, and he only deceived them in the words given in that same 29th verse, "And the devil ever deserts man." What should we set our hearts and minds on today? Finding the right path and walking therein to our God, Allah, and his religion, Islam, that he may make a way for us on some of this earth that we can call our own, and deliver us from our open enemies, our deceivers, and from evil and filthy doings. The God of Islam demands us to forsake our enemies and their names and religion and all that goes with them, and to completely submit to him. He, Allah, has said to me that he will set us in heaven at once.
Allah's promise is ever true. He fails not in his promise. But this race of devils will promise you and will fail to fulfill it, especially if it is a promise of good. This is a reading of the truth of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, word for word, from his award-winning best-selling book, Message to the Black Man, page 296. I beg you as a brother and sister of mine, fly to Allah, for the days of the resurrection are not coming. They are here now, and the dead are rising, as it is written. Let us repeat this prayer. O Allah, guide me among those whom thou hast guided aright, and preserve me among those whom thou hast preserved and befriended, and bless me in whatever thou doest. Grant me and deliver me from the evils of what thou hast judged. Surely thou judgest, and none can judge against thee, and he whom thou befriendest is not disgraced.
Time is at hand. Know that Allah is with us, the believers, and Allah has promised in the Bible and in the Holy Quran that if we believe and put our trust in him, he is sufficient as a protector, that no weapons formed against the true believers will prosper. We are the true believers of Allah. As the Holy Quran teaches, they planned against us, but Allah also has plans, and he is the best of planners. I warn all of you that the devil's hypocrites and disbelievers will continue trying to turn you away from truth, so you will have to suffer hellfire with them. The so-called American Negroes, my people, are now in a time when they must decide on life or death. The world we have known is on its way out, and it wishes to carry you and me with it, but it will not. This is the right path. Believe in Allah and come follow me. We are the last members of the original black nation and have been found and chosen by Allah to make a great nation, a nation under his guidance to excel the nations of the past. Study the parable of Jesus and the lost sheep, the prodigal son, Luke 15:11, 21, 22, the stone that the builders rejected, the garden taken from the wicked husband and given to another, and the mustard seed becoming a tree under which the beast found shade and in which the birds found rest. Know that you, the so-called American Negroes, are divinely promised the kingdom of heaven, as it is called, after the destruction of this world. The people of this world will stop at nothing in trying to subdue you to follow them and remain with them so that you too will share in their doom. They ask you to take part in their doom, and you accept. When accepting the call to their false friendship, you are accepting death. I hope you remember what I said to you concerning the prepared destruction by Allah for this people and you who take part with them. since they already have a head start. They believe they will deceive you in going along with them, ignoring the call of Allah and your own salvation and heaven at once while you live. The consequence of this rejection of his call will get you a disgraceful year's punishment or chastisement night and day. You will wish that you were dead. When night comes, you will wish it were day. And when day comes, you will wish it night. You can find this chastisement mentioned in Revelation 9, 6, 19, 20, 20:10, 14, 15, and 21:8. Salvation has come to the black men of America, but their fear of losing the hate, I cannot say the love because they do not love you, of their enemies causes them to reject it. In the coming years, every one of you who is now a disbeliever in Allah and the great brotherhood of Islam will be suffering the punishments that have been mentioned in the above chapters and verses. America is the first country and people that Allah wishes to destroy, but he will not destroy them until you have heard the truth of her and of yourself. I shall continue to warn you of the divine penalty that awaits you who reject your God and my Savior, Master Farad Muhammad. In this world of crises and destruction of nations, the only escape you have is in Allah and following me. Will you be the winner? The non-Muslim world cannot win in a war against Allah, the great Mahdi, with outer space weapons or inner space weapons. It does not matter, for he has power over everything, the forces of nature and even our brains. He turns them to thinking and doing that which pleases him. The great waste of money to build your defense against him, or the Third World War, is useless. You don't need navies, ground forces, air forces, standing armies to fight this last war. What America needs to win is to give freedom and equal justice to her slaves, the so-called Negroes. This injustice to her slave is the real cause of this final war. Give them up to return to their own, or divide with them the country that you took from their people, the Indians, which they have helped you to build up and maintain with their sweat and blood for 400 years. They even gave all of their brain power to you. They helped you kill anyone that you said was your enemy, even if it was their own brother or your own brother. What have you given them for their labor and lives? It is just a job to labor for you. You hunt them and shoot them down like wild game, burn them and castrate them, and they are counted as sheep for the slaughter, all who seek justice. You have continuously persecuted me and my poor followers for 25 years. Both fathers and sons are sent to prison just because we believe in justice and teach our brethren the same. We are imprisoned and forced to eat the poison and divinely prohibited flesh of the filthy swine as our food, to your joy. You set your agents and guards around and about our meeting places, where we are trying to serve the God of our fathers, to frighten our poor, blind, deaf, and dumb people away from hearing and believing the truth. With 50 states which equal approximately 6 million square miles, with billions of dollars in gold buried and rusting, which we helped to get for you, yet none is ours. Not the tiniest or the worthless state of yours have you offered your loyal slaves, not even 1 square mile for their 400 years of labor and lives. Shall you be the winner in the Third World War? The God of justice, the Son of Man, the great Mahdi, shall be the winner. He is on the side of the so-called Negroes to free them from you, their killers. As it is written, shall the prey be taken from the mighty, or the lawful captives delivered? But thus saith the Lord, even the captives of the mighty shall be taken away, and the prey of the terrible shall be delivered. For I will contend with him that contendeth with thee. I will feed them that oppress thee with their own flesh, and they shall be drunken with their own blood, as with sweet wine, and all flesh shall know that I, the Lord, am thy Savior and thy Redeemer. Isaiah 49, 24, 26. We, the so-called Negroes, are the prey. Thou art the mighty, the terrible ones. Thanks to Allah, the greatest, who is with us to save and deliver us, his people, 20 million members of the tribe of Shabazz, who must have some of this earth that they can call their own. Their God will give it to them. But woe unto you, the unjust judges, for the Son of Man shall destroy thee, and give the kingdom to the slave. He is not to come, he is here. Believe it or not, I seek refuge in him from your evil plannings. You have been so busy trying to keep your slaves, the so-called Negroes, under your foot, sitting, watching, spying on them to prevent them from knowing the truth of this day of our salvation, that you have failed to see and learn the strength and power of your enemies. You have boasted that you could police the world, and have come pretty near doing so, but have failed to the beast behind the tree and the lion in the thicket. The sky over you is being filled with your enemy's arms, which can be seen with the naked eye. Your scientists are troubled and at their wits' end to find time to make ready, as it is written, I have set the point of the sword against all their gates, that their heart may faint, and their ruins be multiplied. Ah, it is made bright. It is wrapped up for the slaughter. Ezekiel 21:15. Answer. For the tidings, because it cometh, and every heart shall melt, and all hands shall be feeble, and every spirit shall faint, and all knees shall be weak as water. Ezekiel 21:7. The Holy Qur'an also says, and you shall see every nation kneeling down. Every nation shall be called to its book. Do you think that you want to be called to yours? Today you shall be rewarded for what you did. This is our book that speaks against you with justice. Surely we wrote what you did. 45:28-29. Woe, woe to America! Her day is near, and she shall be visited. Your enemies warn you that the third and final world war will be decided in your own country and not in theirs. Remember the old Bible's sayings? Wheresoever the carcass is, there will be eagles gathered together. Matthew 25:28. You must understand and know to whom the parable is directed. Build your own society. When I speak of the time and what must be done, I am not referring to the time of the solar system, but to the time of a people whose existence and rule of the original people of the earth is limited to 6,000 years. This time of 6,000 years was divinely given to this world, a time of being under the rule of a completely new and strange people whose nature is foreign to our nature. A strange and new civilization, a deceiving people to us with its strange practices which include doing evil and murdering the people. According to the teachings of Allah, this is the first and the last time we will ever have a troublemaking people on our planet. There is no doubt about it. We who were brought here to the Western Hemisphere by the white slave masters of our fathers can bear witness that this is the most evil people that we have ever experienced. Today, the wickedness of this civilization has become so great and fair-seeming to the original people of the earth. He said that 12 leaders from Islam from all over the planet Earth have conferred in the root of civilization at Mecca and have found this people disagreeable to live with in peace, and they decided that they must be removed from the planet Earth. And the main obstacle that stands in the way of this removal is the so-called Negroes in America who have been lost of the knowledge of self, their God, their religion, and the knowledge of the enemy who has robbed them. They must return to their own. A messenger has been sent to teach them the knowledge of self that will qualify them to return to their own. The time of this spreading of the true knowledge of self, God, and devil is the important mission that I have. As it is written, the life of this world has been made so fair-seeming to you that you cannot conceive of another world that might be better. This is where you are making a fatal mistake. Let us use some of the times that were limited for similar wicked governments and of people of the past. For instance, the people of Noah
Abraham, Lot, and Moses and Jesus. All of these had a limited time.
The prophets who were sent to them had opponents who rose up against them near the end of their time to do the worst of evil against them. What must be done? You must start thinking and working in the way of independence, as other dependent nations had to do and are still doing, when once free of those who hold you in bondage. Get away from that childish way of thinking that the white man forever owes it to you to provide for you the necessities of life. Should you not be too proud of yourself in this modern time to be thinking in the way of dependence instead of independence? Why are you talking freedom, justice, and equality if you do not like to be separated from the people on whom you and your fathers are dependent? Do you think that an independent nation is going to make you its equal while you will not accept your own responsibility to provide for your own? Can you blame America for rejecting you as her equal when you are going to the extreme of trying to force her to accept you instead of forcing self and your people to be independent?
You have disgraced yourself, and still are, in trying to force yourself upon your slave master's children, so that they will continue to support you in the necessities for your existence. In this way, you are telling the world that you are too lazy to go for self.
Allah and I want you to be freed of such childish thinking like men and accept responsibility. You can never boast of being equal while still a subjected people. You are even laughing at me and my followers for preaching and striving for freedom to go for self on some of this earth that we can call our own. Which is the most intelligent? A man who seeks to earn his living by working for his needs, or a man who depends on begging others for the things he could get by working for self? Today you are beaten in city after city like an old lazy horse being whooped by his driver because he won't pull the plow to prepare the land to grow corn, oats, and hay so that his master may eat the better food. You are trying to force yourself into white society rather than take the responsibility of building your own society. This is your shame and disgrace as a people in this modern time.
Allah and the Nation of Islam will help you build one of the finest and best societies the world of man has ever seen if you will only be yourself and get off of your knees, praying to be other than yourself a member of the white race.
Just why do you want to be like the people who have robbed, spoiled, and slain you and your fathers? Is it not an act of intelligence and honor to desire to look and be like a member of your own nation, speaking the same language and seeking and building the culture of your kind? The white race wants to stay a white race and maintain its way of life. Why should we not want to do the same?
You may say, what is our nation's way of life?
I will admit that for the past few centuries you have been lost to the knowledge of self and kind. Allah has raised me to teach you the knowledge of your own self and kind, and to join you unto your own kind, not as a subjected people, for superior wisdom cannot be subjected to inferior wisdom, and a people guided by Allah Himself cannot be enslaved.
You must know the outcome and what must be done. America is in for much trouble, as the Holy Qur'an says, one calamity followed by another, until she is destroyed for her evils done to her slaves. These calamities consist of all sorts of confusion and disagreements between the people and the heads of governments. In the Bible and Holy Qur'an, revolutions and wars are mentioned as being forces to break the power of resistance. The Bible says, sword without and sword within, the forces of nature against the terrible drought prophesied. In the Holy Qur'an it says, therefore, keep waiting for the day when the heavens shall bring a clear drought that shall overtake men. This is a painful chastisement. 44:10.
The hereafter. After what, may be the question asked. The hereafter means after the destruction of the present world, its power and authority to rule. The Bible and Holy Quran Sharif are filled with rulings on the hereafter, which I will leave to you to read for proof. This subject wouldn't be necessary if it were not for that man of sin being permitted to rule. Since they, was given ruling authority to try them, for 6,000 years, the word hereafter is used, meaning after the present rule of the man of sin, because their time, is limited to 6,000 years. Some say, after the judgment, after the man, when the man of sin and all who follow him were made. Whoever of them will follow you? I will certainly fill hell with you all. Holy Qur'an 7:18. The Bible says, these both were cast alive into a lake of fire. Revelation 19:20. The man of sin and his people deceived the righteous by making them believe that they also is one of the righteous. They claims, one Father is the Father of all, but that is not true. We all look forward to a hereafter, to seeing and living under a ruler and a government of righteousness, after the destruction of unrighteousness.
Even the people of the man of sin, the devils, are worried, disgusted, dissatisfied with their own world, and wish to see a change to a better world. But they desire to be the ruler in that better world.
The hereafter, some believe, will be after the great war of Armageddon, the holy war, a religious war between the two great religions of the earth and their believers, namely Islam and Christianity. Of course, Buddhism will also be involved. The hereafter, there the righteous will make unlimited progress. Peace, joy, and happiness will have no end. War will be forgotten. Disagreement will have no place in the hereafter. The present Brotherhood of Islam is typical of the life in the hereafter. The difference is that the Brotherhood in the hereafter will enjoy the spirit of gladness and happiness forever in the presence of Allah. The earth, the general atmosphere, will produce such a change that the people will think it is a new earth. It will be the heaven of the righteous forever. No sickness, no hospitals, no insane asylums, no gambling, no cursing or swearing will be seen or heard in that life.
Fear, grief, and sorrow will stop on this side as a proof. Every one of us who accepts the religion of Islam and follows what God has revealed to me will begin enjoying the above life here.
I never felt the like before. Islam is heaven for my people. They will see their God in truth. The righteous will meet and embrace them with peace. The life in the hereafter is an image of the spiritual state in this life. Just think how good you feel when in the divine spirit for a while. You are so happy that you don't feel even the pain of sickness, no trouble or sorrow, and that is the way you will feel always in the next life. We, the so-called Negroes who accept Allah and Islam, will reap this glorious joy and happiness. You will be clothed in silk interwoven with gold, and eat the best of food that you desire. This is the time when you enter such life, for your God is here in person, and you will never be that which you cannot be any more after believing in Him. My people have been deceived by the arch-deceiver with regard to the hereafter. They think the hereafter is a life of spirits up somewhere in the sky, while it is only on the earth, and you won't change to any spirit beings. The life in the hereafter is only a continuation of the present life. You will be flesh and blood. You won't see spooks coming up out of the graves to meet God.
No already physically dead person will be in the hereafter. That is slavery belief, taught to slaves to keep them under control. This is taught also so that they won't be thinking about the wealth of their slave masters while under the slave master.
The slave is made to believe his will come after death, and his master knows that death settles all, and that you can't return to tell him whether he lied or told the truth. Read the scriptures carefully on the hereafter is a life of spirits up somewhere in the sky, while it is only on the earth, and you won't change to any spirit beings. The life in the hereafter is only a continuation of the present life. You will be flesh and blood. You won't see spooks coming up out of the graves to meet God.
No already physically dead person will be in the hereafter. That is slavery belief, taught to slaves to keep them under control. This is taught also so that they won't be thinking about the wealth of their slave masters while under the slave master.
The slave is made to believe his will come after death, and his master knows that death settles all, and that you can't return to tell him whether he lied or told the truth. Read the scriptures carefully on the life in the hereafter, and try to understand it. You will find that it doesn't actually mean what you have been believing. No one is going to leave this planet to live on another. You can't, even if you try. You can't reach the moon and live on it, so be satisfied and believe in Allah. Live where you are on this good earth, but be righteous. I must quote these beautiful verses of the Holy Qur'an. O soul that is at rest, return to your Lord, well pleased with him, well pleasing. So enter among my servants and enter into my paradise. 89:27-30.
This is a reading of the Messenger of Allah's fantastic, best-selling, award-winning book, Message to the Black Man, page 306. Answer to the critics. My mission is to give life. The following is an excerpt from an interview granted to the National Educational Television Network. The series of interviews took place in Phoenix, Arizona, and were conducted over a period of several days by the staff of San Francisco station KQED.
Question. How would you describe your mission? Answer. My mission is to give life to the dead. What I teach brings them out of death and into life. My mission as the messenger is to bring the truth to the world before the world is destroyed. There will be no other messenger. I am the last, and after me will come God himself. I do not say I will live so long as that, but when God comes, if it pleases him, I may be with him. However, if I am not with him, this is the final. This truth I bring will give you the knowledge of yourself and of God. Question. Earlier, when we spoke of defections, you mentioned something about the fact that Jesus had similar defections. Would you explain? Answer. Yes. Such defections are nothing. The public should not think it strange. This time in which we live, we have the actual Spirit of God moving among the people. Question. Well, now, if in time, sir, your grandson Sharif or your son Wallace or Malcolm ever expressed the desire to return to follow you again, would you accept them? Answer. There is nothing unforgivable, the Holy Qur'an teaches you. The only thing that is unforgivable is this, that you will not accept Allah as God and not accept his messenger as his messenger. These two things are one, we say. The belief in Allah is the belief in the messenger of the Prophet of Allah. The belief in the messenger or Prophet of Allah is a belief in Allah. If you disbelieve in one, you disbelieve in both. You cannot believe in one and disbelieve in the other. This is the knowledge the world has not realized, and this is what God wants the world to know. When God chooses his representative for the people, he speaks to the people through that representative, and if the people will accept that representative, we call them prophets, apostles, or messengers, then they are accepting Allah. But if they reject him and still say they believe in Allah, they are considered enemies of Allah and disbelievers, because that is Allah in that representative, and you cannot accept one without accepting the other. You have got to accept both. You cannot get the blessings of Allah if you reject his messenger. Now these boys that you were referring to, they do not worry me. I do not give my time arguing with them or talking about why they believe or disbelieve. I do not even argue with them because I knew these things in the beginning. I knew they would act like this, some of them. I was told about this 34 years ago, but they did not know these things, and I am not excited as the public would be, or as the public would like to see. In some cases, if the son disbelieves in his father must be wrong.
But that is not so when it comes to a messenger of God. If we say that is true, then it stands true in the common life of the family. There are some children who never sincerely accept their father as they should.
There are some fathers who never accept their children as they should. So this is the nature of the human family of the earth. And when it comes to spiritual teachings, it is also the same. Not all of the family of a messenger are such as Noah and Lot. They do not always have true believers, but that did not distract one atom from his messengership. You do not take advantage of that unless you get into war or trouble with God. You do not say, I do not believe in him because his own wife or his own son does not. Why should I follow him? You would be getting yourself in trouble because that is given. I do not care anything about those who fall away from me after I have pointed out the truth to them, and despite this, they get wrong and go away from that truth. I am not responsible for this, for whatever they say against me. It is against themselves. What they preach and tell the people in order to get the people to disbelieve in me is much like Absalom and his father David. Absalom stole the affection of the people because he thought he looked better and younger than David. He thought therefore the people would follow, that he could steal the people over to himself and get rid of his father as king and be king himself. But he was not to be king. The man that was to be king had yet to be known. That was Solomon. These facts are all put there to deepen our knowledge, and time repeats these things over again and again. And so this is what we face today, and I am not surprised. The public is surprised, some of them, at the deviation of Malcolm or my son Wallace. I am not surprised. But they cannot yet say that I am not the messenger of Allah. They cannot take that away from me. Question. Mr. Muhammad, would you make some statements about Dr. Martin Luther King and the Civil Rights Movement? Answer. Yes. I think Reverend King has been doing a good job according to his knowledge. He has been trying to do his best to get our people some justice in the way of civil rights. I believe that he means well, and I believe he would have done better if he had known more about the time and the people and the history and what must be done in such times. He has the desire to see his people dealt with according to justice and not according to injustice, but he does not know that he is living in a time when justice is bound to come to his people. However, it is only through divine and not through civil government, and that goes for most of the groups who are trying to do something for the betterment of our people. Most of these leaders, have good intentions, but they just don't have the right instruments to work with, and they do not know how to use the instruments, since they were not appointed to do the job. But all of our people today have the desire to do something for themselves, and first of all, to see injustice removed from the whole. We have suffered injustice at the hands of the white people for 400 years, and today some want to be called citizens of America. But all of this without the qualities that go along with freedom. We are today, I repeat, imbued with the spirit of justice for our people, and something must be done. This oppression cannot go on forever. What the civil rights movement is trying to do is just another effort to bring home to our people a better life. But this is the time when our people should and will get a better life on a permanent scale, not on a temporary scale. The political administration may change every 4 years. The Constitution gives to the people of America, and if we understand it well, it was not written with the so-called Negro in mind. It was written for the white citizens of America and not the slaves. The slave is not mentioned there, and it was not in the mind of these lawmakers that he should share equal justice with the master. No, he was considered to be the property of the master. Therefore, the servant or the slave cannot get justice, equal justice, with the master unless the master wants to give up his position as master. If the master gave up his position as master, the slave would soon become his equal, and the slave would probably vote for equal justice, go to the White House, or become the ruler of the country. If the equal justice were obtained all the way through as it should be, but the Constitution was written by white people for white people and not for you and me.
We were under the slave masters at that time, and again I would like to make clear, I am not fighting those leaders who are trying to do something good for our people or get something better for them. but I do oppose them in their way of opposing that which is good and which would be just and permanent for our people.
For we now have come to the time when we want justice and equality. We want freedom equal with other people. They have never made us citizens, and under their law we cannot be made citizens. We could never be citizens as stated in their first slavery courts. If we want to go into the facts about it, we are not the equal of the American white man, nor are we citizens with him here. We are in alien country. We are aliens and not citizens. And this is proof that we have to admit and not to try to hide to make some black brother feel good. To tell a black brother that he is a citizen and has equal rights is like telling a child to go to sleep on the 24th night of December and on the next morning awaken and Santa Claus will have left a present in your stocking, when that is Santa Claus talking. And the child, when he grows up, learns that. Well, it is the same thing with us. We have had a lot of Santa Claus teaching, and now we are growing up because we know that a lot of these Santa Claus teachings were nothing but a lot of pacifiers. We are no longer satisfied to be pacified. We want something permanent. Question. Mr. Muhammad, even though the economic plan was only introduced in August of this year, 1964, what has been the response? Answer. We are really surprised at the response we have received. In fact, it is increasing daily, and we have to set up more secretaries to take care of the donations that are coming. Question. Is this coming from all over the country? Answer. Yes, sir. From everywhere. For 3 years, we want to see what we can do. We're going to put the donations in banks that have already been established. We are not going to build one until we have need to do so. By the end of the 3 years, we can tell what we can do. It costs perhaps $1 million or more to set up a bank, and the government has much to say about how this is done. Those who understand banking systems will be called in by us to help set up such a system for our people. Question. Are any of your aims perhaps similar to the middle-class aims of acquisition of properties and material goods? Do you think the objectives of this plan are similar to those of the white middle class? Answer. What are white middle class aims? Will you tell me that? Question. Ordinarily, I would say it is the acquisition of property, of material things. Now, do you think in the savings plan idea there will be a number of Negroes who will submit monies to save for those particular white middle class idea which seem to be unimportant at the moment? Answer. Well, the purpose of the economic plan is to fight poverty and want, as I have said. This includes material things. We need better housing, for instance. We also need farms to grow our food. Question. Do you think Johnson's War on Poverty bill will be any assistance at this time? Answer.
I don't know the details of his plans, but I would say this. As a subject people who have given all they had for the independence of the white man, whoever is president should do something to aid the so-called Negro of America, to protect him from brutal treatment, from poverty, and from want. America is able to feed Europe and part of Africa, and is able to finance them. Yet the poor slave who helped her build up her country and establish her banks that are bursting with money, he has nothing to say about this.
She should do more to aid her so-called Negro in the way of putting him out for self. She should make him independent and not dependent. She should put a stop to police brutality, which is absolutely condoned by the government. The police are free to beat and kill us at will, and they are not punished for this. This should be done by whoever is in the White House as the ruler for the next 4 years. They should stop injustice. The time is now when a stop will be put to it if America herself does not cease mistreating the so-called Negro. The Negro is going to get his freedom because he is not the forsaken race he was a few years ago. There are definite divine plans being made to help him. He will be divinely helped from now on. The government can help the so-called Negro in many ways. I do not say the government should take us and set us down and make us lazy so we will not want to work for ourselves. I do not condone that sort of thing.
No, help us to get a chance of doing something for ourselves. We are no more a people who can be classified as a necessary people for use only as servants. We are too many. We are 22 million people. No nation needs that many just for servants.
I was born in the South. I married and went to Detroit with my 2 children in 1923. I know the South and the Southern white people. They are actually a people who envy any success that comes to the so-called Negro in any way. If you own a little more than the white man there, why, he's against you. He may even kill you. He may bomb you or destroy your property. He just doesn't like the fact of your having anything, whether in court, in justice, or in any way. This is naturally in their blood. They want the black man to have nothing but hell. Excuse the expression. That's all they desire, and they are tickled to death to see you in a hell of a condition. They are angry when they see you trying to live prosperously. They will make trouble with you if they think that you are trying to be at peace. Question: is that only the white man in the South? Answer:
No, he's up here in the North too, but he is not as numerous in the North as he is in the South. This is almost dominant in the South. Is in the South. This is almost dominant in the South. The North has a fair share of the evil. That's why the Negro cannot get any place, because he is in a race of people whom they do not intend to ever see prosper too much. So therefore, we should look forward and try to get the government to agree to let us go somewhere by ourselves and build a nation of our own and on some of this land that we helped get.
When we were brought here as slaves, they didn't have 50 states. But now they have 50 states, and they have offered the so-called Negro, who numbers in the millions, not the tiniest state in the Union. Nor have they offered to give him anything like revenue coming from countries they have conquered. We helped them to conquer the Philippines. We helped them conquer Japan. All right, what have we gotten from this? What commerce have we gotten from this? We got nothing as revenue for our deaths. Only they gave us death when we returned back home. If we were given any credit for it back, we would feel that we did something good, perhaps for the people. But we were hated when we got home. We were cast out and shot down on the streets and highways just for the fun of it. They were innocent people. They would kick a black man and push him around and try to force him to say something that they could claim as the reason why he was killed. Therefore, the people just don't want you, and why should we say today, after 400 years, let's try to plan to live with the white American people and get along with them in peace, when we have not been able to live with them in peace for 400 years? The great deceivers.
Arthur R. Gottschalk, State Senator, 8th District, Park Forest, Illinois, wrote our National Secretary, John R. Lee, asking him and my followers to disavow and repudiate publicly the truth Allah has revealed to me of the Caucasian race, the truth of them being real devils, and the black nation's open enemies. Part of this letter was printed and published in the Chicago Tribune, June 15, 1962. Gottschalk failed to include in his letter to Secretary Ali proof of material proving that the truth Allah has given me of them being real devils is false. This leaves my secretary and followers helpless to deny the truth.
I am surprised at the intelligent senator writing a letter before first making an attempt to consult me as to what Allah has revealed to me. The senator's letter is a perfect insult to my followers without showing proof that what I am teaching is not the truth. He is asking my followers not to believe it and tell the public that they do not believe.
What the senator does not like is that my followers believe Caucasian, the white European race, are the real devils, as Allah has said. Also the true history and the teachings of the prophets and their scriptures, Bible and Holy Quran, bear witness.
I think the senator has attacked something that may surprise him and his race because of his intentions of making my followers disbelieve the truth of Allah as taught me. One of the characteristics of the devil is to deceive. In the last 2 paragraphs of his letter to our secretary, John Ali, Gottschalk hoped to deceive him with the following words.
At this time, when men of goodwill of all races are working hard to promote harmonious human relations and eliminate the social and economic conditions which have produced injustices, it is tragic that men like Elijah Muhammad are attempting to tear down their good work and accentuate racial tension and misunderstanding. Mr. Gottschalk, we are not your slaves anymore. Therefore, do not misunderstand us. We care very little about you or any person or race who would think after knowing you that a promise promoting harmonious human relations, social equality with you, will solve our problem. You are mistaken. We want nothing less than freedom to build our economy and society and on some of this earth that we can call our own. We want to be independent as you and other nations are, to do what we think is best for our own selves.
What kind of future can you prepare for us other than as subjective slaves to you and your kind? I am not attempting to tear down anything good, for I have not found anything of good that you or your kind have set up that was for the good of my people. Allah and I are the only ones I know who are setting up any good work for our people. Since your government declares us to be free, why not let us go and enjoy this freedom for ourselves on some of this earth that we can call our own? The language used in your letter is that of a deceiver who knows that he has laid hands upon a great value and hopes to deceive him to believe that which he has been given or found is of no value and what you have is the best. The entire 20 million of my people here should learn a lesson from your letter and be careful of you and your kind erupted promises of social equality without some of this earth we can call our own. Your dogs enjoy honor in your society. They are seen eating from the table and riding in the same seat in some of your best transportation. We do not desire any such place and level with all the evil you have done to us for the past 400 years, and as you continue to mistreat us. Do you think we will be satisfied to settle for less than some of this earth we can call our own? I think you are in for a great surprise. The senator is outright asking my followers to recant and make it publicly known that they disbelieve in the truth Allah has revealed to me in the closing lines of his letter to Secretary Ali in the following words. I call upon you, John Ali, as National Secretary of your organization, to disavow and repudiate publicly all of the above statements that the Caucasian race is a race of devil, says Allah to me, by your leader, Elijah Muhammad. Failure to do so would be a clear admission that the statements of Elijah Muhammad accurately represents the policy of your organization, which sponsors and operates the University of Islam. For nearly 32 years, the students of our school have knowledge of you and your kind and have a very good record of being at peace in your midst. This comes from having the knowledge of you. If you fear this true knowledge of yourself will cause your mistreated one slave to hate you, then your argument is with Almighty Allah, who has revealed it. It is surely not with Brother John Ali and my followers, for you will not be able to give up the truth about you, their God, Allah, and their leader and teacher. Clarification of confusion surrounding Muslims. In order to clarify some of the confusion surrounding Muslim outlooks and objectives, I will confront the rumors and false allegations of Muslim threats of violence with a direct statement which answers the implied question, will the black Muslims attack America, in a direct and forthright manner. These are some statements I gave in an interview to the New York Herald Tribune newspaper. On hate and violence, We are not going to take part in any violence whatsoever. We're not going to do anything other than what we are doing. That is, trying to deliver the truth to our people and teach them that they are supposed to be Muslims, and that means they are supposed to be righteous people, and that we have shed all things that pertain to wickedness. We have stripped ourselves of arms to let you know that we are not people of violence. We don't intend to attack you. We have no idea or knowledge of anything like that coming in the future. Because if we attack you, we would have to have superior weapons to attack you with. And we don't have factories nor earth to dig metals to manufacture tools or weapons such as you have. All this is your creation, and therefore, if we would get some of this, you would have to let us have it, and you would not give me a gun to shoot you with. Therefore, God forbid us even to accept weapons, and even to carry anything like weapons to fight with, because the fight is with Him, and you are not with us. On Islam in America, the aim and purpose of Islam here among my people is to give them a knowledge of self and a knowledge of God, knowledge of their religion, Islam, and to separate them in time that these 17 or 20 million American dark people should go for themselves. This is the basis of the whole. It is to separate our people and put them by themselves. On non-believers, we have respect for them and their professions, and we try to treat them as we treat ourselves, for that matter. We know they are not believers as we are. We know that. But as long as they tolerate our faith, we tolerate theirs, and we treat them as brothers. On political endorsement, he would have to be in sympathy with us, and he would have to have some knowledge of the aims and purposes of Islam in America. On whites and Negroes, this is the real trouble. The whites oppose us, the black people of America, who were their slaves once upon a time, from ever becoming anything like self-independent. They want to keep them subject to themselves in a more educational and scientific way other than their fathers. Their fathers only used the common knowledge of enslaving our people. But today, their children can use one of the smartest scientific ways against our people to keep them subjected to them that ever were invented by a race of people since time was. We want what you want today, and that is independence. We want peace, and whether you want peace or not, we want peace and security from you. You are our worst enemy. We have no other people who are an enemy to us but you, because we don't live in the country of other people. We live only with you, and we have been here for 400 years. And you say now that we are free, but yet you are doing everything to keep us from exercising the rights as equals or of a free people. This is what I want you to understand. We are tired of suffering, brutality, beatings, killings just because you don't like us and just hate us, and absolutely knowing that we are powerless to resist because you have all the odds against us. You are absolutely the boss, and we have nothing. And we are asking to leave you. That's all we're asking. We can't get along with you in peace. You don't want us in peace. If we sit over there in that house across the street, peaceful all day and all night, after a while, that worries you. You will send someone around to see what is going on over there in that house. It's the white man's way of starting trouble, breaking the peace of people by interfering with their peace. We're not sitting over there in that house planning anything, but are trying to plan peace for the house. On separate territory, the American white man is not going to move out of his estate to give to the so-called Negroes. We are not asking you to do any such thing. No, only unless you prevent our going to our own. If you are going to prevent us from going to our own, or back where we came from, where you found us, then give us a place here to ourselves. There has been too much talk about separation and about our acting or demanding a territory here. We're not demanding territory in America. No, sir. We're asking America only if they don't allow us to go back to our own people and to the country from which we came. Then give us a place to ourselves. As you know, and we have learned through experience for 400 years, we can't get along in peace together. You're not going to accept us as your equals, and we know you're not going to do so. We discard your promises because you are not going to live up to them. because 100% of your people will not agree with such, and we have proof today in the South. On black supremacy, Allah has revealed that the black is the original man, and that's what I teach. Now where this supremacy teaching comes is that is charged by the disbelievers, that I teach it in order to suit their particular purpose of charging us with being an aggressive movement or intending to become such because of the teachings of one being superior over the other. We say that the black man is the first man in the sun, and then they take this and just change it around, that he is teaching supremacy, and that we are not doing. We already know that we are inferior to you here in America. We cannot say physically or even mentally that we are equal, nor say you're superior when it comes to actual physical or educational ability. Integration in the South.
The head of this movement, Mr. King, is trying to force the white men in the South to do that which is against his will and nature, because some of the northern parties of the white people, maybe in Washington, have said to him that this should be done and should have this in the Constitution, and therefore you should enforce it, and therefore have it enforced by the government. But Mr. King has not learned as yet that the white man in the South is brethren to the white man in Washington, and the Washington white man is a brother to the Southern white man, that they are not going to go to war over the Negro and kill each other for the sake of the unlearned Negro, of the knowledge of self and others, to integrate into that which they don't master. Give me a piece of your meat that you have there in your house.
Therefore, Mr. King is making a fool of himself in the South and acting like a dog around the house, where the master stands at the door and the dog wants something to eat, and he just waddles all around the door, around the master's feet, whipping his tail on the ground and grinning and leaning his ears back on his neck to show that he is a good, peaceful dog. And master, give me a piece of your meat that you have there in your house. And this while there is plenty of meat for the dog in the bushes out there, if he would go out and hunt for it. On James Meredith, poor fellow, trying to force himself into a school where it is 100% white, and they're telling him they don't want him. And then the army is standing around trying to force him in there. That's their crazy idea.
I wouldn't want the army to think about coming to help me against the white man, to allow me to come into his house, or in the school, or his restaurant, or anything else that he owns. If you tell me I don't want you here, that's sufficient. I'm gone.
On self-defense. In a case where the person wants to fight and he pounces upon us, sometimes without even warning us, we want our own men and women and our girls to learn to try to protect themselves the best they can in case of attack. But in the case of the so-called American Negro, we have nothing to fight back with. If you come to the door shooting, we have no guns here to shoot back with. So therefore the right is with God, as it is written in the book. He will defend us if we believe in him and trust him. And we're not going to start fighting with anyone to have him defend us. But if we are attacked, we depend on him to defend us because he has stripped us. On integration, what are we going to integrate for? What do we want to marry a white woman for when we are black men? That is going to ruin our family. We will spot up our family. What does she want a black man for? Or what does the black man want the white one for? This is ignorant on both parts to want to intermarry with each other. The very desire there is ignorant and evil. It's against divine law for either side to integrate in such a way. God made all of us as we are. We have black nations, brown nations, red, yellow, and white. We have all these 5 major colors in races or nations. Why should they not remain like that? Why should they be thrown in like bones or birds into a pot to make soup out of? I don't blame the white man in the South for not wanting my people to marry with them, but I blame the South for mistreating him. You see, I am between life and death, and I have to say these things in the way I see them. There was a time when I had no knowledge of them, but they have been revealed to me, and now Allah would punish me if I did not say them. On crime in society. Incidents on criminal insanity are now news, and the religion of Islam is no more responsible for one of its subjects succumbing to insanity than the Christian religion is responsible for the steady multitudes of their members becoming so afflicted. Christianity has long taught "Thou shalt not kill." But for centuries, the most devastating killings have occurred constantly by Christians, killing Buddhists, killing Muslims, killing Jews, and killing members of their own family or the families of friends or associates. In the case of the recent Los Angeles family killing involving a Muslim, all Muslims throughout our nation have been deeply grieved and angered by the accounts of the alleged crimes committed by Melvin E. Jackson. This man had been accepted into Islam in January of 1961, and his wife had joined in May of that same year. No one can foretell the future or anyone who joins this religious body any more than any other religion can predict the future of all of its individual converts. For such acts of madness alleged to have been perpetrated by Jackson, institutions for the deranged have been built by federal governments. If this man is found insane, and his act would suggest that of one insane, he should be committed to such an institution. Insofar as the law of Islam is concerned, the penalty for such acts by a sane person against innocent human beings is death. And if the courts would give us permission to execute such criminals, we would do so ourselves, for we desire to put a stop to such crimes, including thefts, and we feel that the courts should turn over such criminals to be executed under the real Islamic law. It is our desire to put a stop once and for all to such crimes being committed among our people. On Uncle Tom's, that doesn't mean that we are in any way aggressive toward them and seek an aggressive act. We only just criticize them for being like that. I love all my people, and I believe one day they all will believe as I believe. If they don't, the prophets have lied, and we just can't make liars out of them. On whites as devils, it's what he revealed. And what he revealed is what I am teaching and believe in, and this term devil or named devil is applied to wicked people, people who are by nature wicked.
They were made white or different color because they had been grafted out of the darker people, and therefore they had that color.
On fruit of Islam. The fruit of Islam means the first converts to Islam here in America, and the first people to be cleaned and made fit to be called Muslims. And their training is on this basis, as being Muslims to keep in practice, not just say it is their faith or belief. You must put into practice the principles of Islam that you believe in and serve as an example for others who would accept Islam. They take physical training and exercises in many ways to keep physically fit and healthy and to try to get away from many of the physical ailments that they have suffered long before coming into the knowledge of Islam, and trained into the knowledge of what the aims and purposes of Islam are. They are to clean up a people who are not clean, morally as well as spiritually, in America, and to make them fit to become good members of the society.
Reply to a judge. On November 8, 1963, according to the Chicago Tribune newspaper, Federal Judge F. Ryan Duffy ruled that the black Muslim sect is not a religion, but is rather racist and has for its objective the overthrow of the white race. He further charged the believers of Islam inside prison walls as having an impressive history of inciting riots and violence. I asked Judge Duffy to prove his charges. This is not true. In 1943, I was sent to the federal penitentiary in Milan, Michigan, for nothing other than to be kept out of the public and from teaching my people the truth during the war between America, Germany, and Japan. This war came to a halt in 1945 when America dropped an atomic bomb on Japan. And the following year, in August 1946, I was released on what the institution called good time for being a model prisoner who was obedient to the prison rules and laws. In the year 1942-43, according to reports, there were nearly 100 of my followers sentenced to prison terms of from 1 to 5 years for refusing to take part in the war between America, Japan, and Germany because of our peaceful stand and the principal belief and practice in Islam, which is peace.
The very dominant idea in Islam is the making of peace and not war. Our refusing to go armed is our proof that we want peace. We felt that we had no right to take part in a war with non-believers of Islam who have always denied us justice and equal rights. And if we were going to be examples of peace and righteousness, as Allah has chosen us to be, we felt we had no right to join hands with the murderers of people or to help murder those who have done us no wrong. What would justify such actions? Let the truth answer. Judge Duffy listened to an appeal made by a new convert to Islam who is serving a 200-year sentence, charged with slaying 2 Chicago men in 1951. He should be given credit for his desire to be a Muslim. The appeal was asking for the freedom of obtaining publications and reading material distributed by the black Muslims, including the Holy Qur'an. According to the rules and laws of the prison before we Muslims began to be imprisoned, all religious believers, regardless to their religion and God, were permitted access to their books and visits by their religious teachers.
This freedom is written in the Constitution for everyone. But when we were imprisoned, that freedom was denied us and us alone. And this is the freedom that is guaranteed in the American Constitution. A person is free to criticize anyone he wants, even if it is the Congress or President of the United States of America. But while the Constitution of America was being written, our fathers were slaves, and we today are merely free slaves who do not have the knowledge of self and have not registered with Allah and His religion, the Nation of Islam. When I was admitted into Cook County Jail in Chicago, I wanted the Holy Quran too, but I was denied having it, though it is not a sex Bible. It is the religious scriptures and guide for the Muslim world, recognized universally as the last revelation given to the world. And the Holy Quran has been the holy book and scripture for all Muslims for the past 1,381 years. We are not an organization, we are a world. I use the same Holy Quran that all Muslims use, the book that is universally recognized as being 100% true, and such scholar and U.S. judge as F. Ryan Duffy calls it a sex book. One of the officers, who was a very fine man, tried in vain to persuade the warden in Cook County Jail to allow me to have my Holy Quran, as other religious believers were receiving theirs in prison.
But this same officer came back and told me that the warden said, "That is what we put them in prison for, and to let us read the Bible, ha ha ha." They do not even want to hear the truth of the Bible, for there is no paradise in it for them, according to their own Bible that they wish all black people to read. When carefully understood, Genesis to Revelation teaches that they were an appointed people for hellfire from the beginning of their creation. I am ready to prove this with any scholar or scientist.
They hated Judge Rutherford for his interpretation of the Bible, which condemned the church and its father, the Pope of Rome.
The Chicago Tribune also quoted Judge Duffy as saying that a social study showed that the black Muslim movement, despite its pretext of a religious facade, is an organization that has for its objective the overthrow of the white race. But when have the so-called Negroes in America been classified as social members in the white American society, even in Christianity, not to think of social equality and human relationship? The so-called Negroes have never been equally recognized members in anything in America as far as the white man is concerned. Nor even in their prisons are they recognized equally with the white race. How can he or anyone put us under social study when there is no social equality between whites and so-called Negroes? This gradually brewing revolution is to reclaim our respect as human beings and equal members in the civilized society of the nations of earth. Isn't it true that this is what the fight going on in the South today is for? Where poor so-called Negroes are being beaten, shot down, and bombed in even those churches that the white man permits them to have because they want to be recognized as equal members in the society or order of the American white people. We have turned to our God Allah and His religion Islam and our own people where there is no such thing as distinction. We want to be separated from our open enemies, the slave master's children, who desire nothing more than to mistreat us.
When have we, the Muslims, ever received justice under the Constitution of America? Not one time in the courts of America, a country and people that hate the religion of Islam because it demands freedom, justice, and equality for black people. The greatest racists that have ever lived on our planet America are the white people. We only ask for the privilege of being ourselves, seeking to restore brotherly love and respect among our people who have been divided, robbed, and spoiled by the American whites. Judge Duffy has now openly spoken his hatred for any justice coming to us who have turned to do righteousness, which is the fulfillment of the prophecy which reads, "Ye, truth faileth, and judgment is turned away backward, and justice standeth afar off for the so-called Negroes. For truth is fallen in the streets, and equity cannot enter. He that departed from evil maketh himself a prey, and the Lord, Master Farad Muhammad, saw it, and it displeased him that there was no judgment, justice." Isaiah 59:15. Blessed are the so-called Negroes that depart from the evil and filthy doings of this American white man. How happy they are who seek refuge in Allah and are believers. What the Muslims teach, father to a son. My son had been questioned concerning my teachings and had been asked to sign an unprecedented qualifying statement completely contrary to his teachings and principle. My son refused to sign the letter. After months of an adoption proceeding in Chicago Cook County Court, which appeared definitely prejudiced against the religion of Islam, the right to adopt a Muslim baby girl was granted to my son and wife, Mr. and Mrs. Elijah Muhammad, Jr.
Instead, he referred the matter to me and presented to the court a letter written in direct reply to him by me, authorizing him to show the message to the judge so that he may have a better understanding of what I am teaching. Because the message expounds on many aspects of what the Muslims believe and teach, and because it answers many historic questions, the full text is herein presented. Dear son, in regard to the letter that the court gave you to sign, I think it was given only to try you at answering to the good of self and the truth. To bear witness to the truth is the fundamental principle of the teachings of truth of those who believe. I am sure the judge was not expecting you to agree with such answers as written in the letter you are supposed to sign, for it would be giving the lie to the truth and making you an absolute hypocrite to your own religion and its teachings. I laughed after reading the words that you are supposed to put your signature to, which will affirm all that is written in the letter. The coming of Allah in the person of Master Farad Muhammad with truth, which means life and light to us, the mentally dead of the civilized world, cannot be denied and condemned as false. I have taught you from your cradle of what Almighty God Allah revealed to me, who appeared in the great person of Master Farad Muhammad. He taught me there is no birth record of the black man, but there is a birth record for the white race. He referred to the black nation as being the original people of the earth, which means the first. He said that the beginning of the white race came through graftage of the white race from the original people. This is universally agreed upon by the scholars and scientists of the white people, both religious and non-religious. That which comes by grafting cannot be equal to the original. This is also universally approved, as in the horse and the mule, the orange, grapefruit, and the lemon.
The mule is not the equal with the horse, and is not the same.
The grapefruit is not like the lemon or like the orange. Although it is grafted from them, it looks more luscious. It is not as good as either, however.
It is impossible for us to agree that all men are created equally. There is superiority even in the animal world.
Some animals are created strong, and some are created weak. Some are vicious, and some are harmless. God has created two kinds of everything, so teaches the Holy Qur'an, and we have these things in reality to study for our own education. The universe was not equally created. There are lesser and greater in the whole of the creations. When I have the chance to visit you, I will go into details on all of this with you. I am quite sure the court will not be objecting to the truth of what has been said in this letter, and this is universally known. The white race, we must remember, was given superiority or supremacy over us for a limited time in wisdom. The God who grafted them gave them a superior wisdom to qualify them to 6,000 years.
To be equally created is to be the same. One is self-created, the second one is made from the first. It would be foolish to say that God made all men from one man and then say that all are equal with that first one in the creation. Because if they are made from one, then every one who is made from that one must be totally the same. And the children who are produced by the original, who have not been changed by graftage into a different race, are the same as the original.
We do not teach superiority of races in the sense that I think the court is trying to get you to answer to. They seek an answer to charge us with aggressive teachings of superiority of the races, while we know that they have made us inferior. I shall be glad to clarify to the court any misunderstanding of what I am teaching. Now concerning the child, she already belongs to us as far as religion is concerned, and as far as the legal giving up of her by her mother, who is also a Muslim. Actually, I do not know why the court has such power over the child. I do not see just what the court is arguing about, since the baby has been legally given and under the same faith. The child was not born a Catholic, nor is her mother a Catholic. It is universally approved that no black person is born a Catholic by nature, but by nature all darker people are of the religion of Islam. This the Holy Qur'an teaches. So since the child's mother is not of any faith other than Islam, I do not see why the question of religion comes up in court at all. Our religion of Islam is universal. If I had been teaching hate for the past 32 years in Chicago, I do not suppose I would have been able to live there, not to think of my followers. I have been teaching the truth, and if they call truth hate, it is up to them and God to settle. As far as the hatred of groups and races as your letter mentioned, that is a misunderstanding. It is just the plain truth that Allah has revealed to me that I teach.
It is natural that the white race would not want to be known as the real devils. But who am I to prevent it if it is the will of Allah, God? While his prophets have foretold of it, John 8:44, shall I not teach and bear witness to the truth of Allah?
You may give this letter to the judge that he may have a better understanding of what I am teaching. 32 years in Chicago have not produced any insurrection against the white people from what I teach. In fact, we have lived more peacefully among the whites since having the knowledge of them. May the peace and blessings of Allah be upon you, my son, and all the believers. Assalamu alaikum, your father, Elijah Muhammad, messenger of Allah. Authority from Allah, none other. The incredible upsurging of Muhammad's temples of Islam in North America has brought forth not only popular acclaim and acceptance, but also occasional unfounded attempts to discredit my mission. In response to alleged statements made by an Eastern Muslim leader and printed recently in a white newspaper purporting criticism of the teachings of the Muslims in America, I gave the following reply to this widely circulated story in the interest of clarity. We do not have any authentic proof that the Muslims in Jeddah, Arabia, said anything of the kind to the white American newspaper reporters. Be it known that the white Americans and their newspapers will be printing much propaganda against the truth that Allah God has given to me to deliver to my people, the American so-called Negroes. We are the brother of the Muslims not only of Arabia, but from all over the entire world. Wherever one is found, this I have proved time and time again. They know me, and I know them. We are not enemies of each other. And the time will come when the white Americans and black Americans, so-called Negroes, will know. There have been a few things said here of the Orthodox Muslims as not agreeing with me on the white race being the race of devils as God has revealed them. But from wherever this was picked up, it is only from those who wish continuous socialization with the American whites. But as time goes on, you will not find them in any such pictures as being my enemies. They too, are gradually coming over with me in the understanding for the first time in their history the realization of the devils. It is in the Holy Qur'an that these people are the devils, and the scholars of Islam know it. This is the last and final truth to be delivered to the world, the knowledge of God and the devils. I will not dare accuse the Secretary General of Mecca as speaking the exact words these reporters have given.
You should ask yourself, why are Americans so worried over the spread of Islam to the black man in America? It is because this truth of them and of the slaves and true religion of Allah must first come to them before there can be a final resurrection of the mentally dead slaves and judgment upon their cruel masters. Be not deceived by this deceiving and crooked enemy of black mankind. They are going like life and death to deceive you against accepting the truth which is written in the scriptures of truth, Bible, and Holy Quran. And again, in their race to try and deceive and hold you in what they have taught to mislead you in the knowledge of the truth, there should also be a proof that they actually do not intend you any good.
If they had freed you indeed 100 years ago, why should they now be trying to force you under a lot of propaganda and empty promises to remain with them in that which has enslaved you and continue to hold you subjected to them? White America does not want you to be free. They want you to be subjected to them forever on the pretense that they will give you work to do and pay you for that work, but never offer you freedom to acquire some of this earth that you can call your own. And they have killed off the original owners and have taken their homes and call it their home today. And many other countries of the black nations they have taken and mastered under false claims and promises and under superior power of arms. The American so-called Negroes are now a prey in the hands of the children of their once slave masters, and the slave masters' children have the same minds as their fathers had toward the so-called Negroes. That is, keep him under their power and never let him go free for himself. So today, they treat the so-called Negro as a child that is crying for a more comfortable place in the house. By sticking a little piece of candy in his hand or in his mouth to suck under the pretense that you are going to give him a more comfortable place in the house. But when he begins to nurse on that candy, he goes to sleep, and you can lay him down anywhere, whether comfortable or uncomfortable, because that baby is asleep. Now, this is not an answer to the Muslims of Saudi Arabia, because I do not know the truth of what they have said. This is an answer to the Chicago's American newspaper and its correspondents.
There is no such thing as that you will see coming from the Muslim world a representative to tell me and my followers in America to stop teaching what we are teaching, to stop the teaching that I have received from Allah to give to the American so-called Negroes is not in the power of any Orthodox Muslim or non-believer. But in answer to such attempt, I will say that neither Jeddah nor Mecca have sent me. I am sent from Allah and not from the Secretary General of the Muslim League. There is no Muslim in Arabia that has authority to stop me from delivering this message that I have been assigned to by Allah, any more than they had authority to stop Noah, Abraham, Moses, Jesus, and Muhammad. I am not taking orders from them. I am taking orders from Allah, God Himself.
Message to the Black Man, page 330. Answer to Christian Knights of the Ku Klux Klan. J.B. Stoner, the arch leader and imperial wizard of the Christian Knights of the Ku Klux Klan, addressed a letter to a gathering of Muslims in convention in Chicago during February 1957. 1 Thessalonians 2:14-16, St. John 8:44-48.
Christian Knights of the Ku Klux Klan.
Arch leader J.B. Stoner, imperial wizard, Post Office Box 48, Atlanta, Georgia. Infidels, repent of Mohammedism or burn in hell forever throughout eternity.
The Lord Jesus Christ is the only begotten Son of God, and He is the only one who can save your infidelic souls and lead you into heaven. Read the Holy Bible, St. John 6:35. And Jesus said unto them, I am the bread of life. He that cometh to me shall never hunger, and he that believeth on me shall never thirst. St. John 6:47. Verily, verily, I say unto you, he that believeth on me hath everlasting life. St. John 8:12. Then spake Jesus again unto them, saying, I am the light of the world. He that followeth me shall not walk in darkness, but shall have the light of life.
Acts 16:31. And they said, Believe on the Lord Jesus Christ, and thou shalt be saved, and thy house. Acts 4:12. Neither is there salvation is any other, for there is none other name under heaven whereby we must be saved. Therefore Muhammad can do you no good. It does not surprise me to hear that Islam is growing among the Africans of America. It is easy to understand because Islam is a nigger religion. It has only been successful among Africans and mixed breeds, and never among the white people. Never. No, Christianity was well established throughout North Africa by white people before Muhammad was born. As time went on, more and more people in North Africa became mongrelized with African blood. Therefore, they were no longer able or willing to stand up and fight for Christianity when persecution came upon them from Arabia. Their faith in Christ was shallow and weak. Then came the bloody Islamic conquerors from Arabia. It surprised me to hear that Islam is growing among the Africans of America. It is easy to understand because Islam is a nigger religion. It has only been successful among Africans and mixed breeds, and never among the white people. Never. As you probably know, Christianity was well established throughout North Africa by white people before Muhammad was born. As time went on, more and more people in North Africa became mongrelized with African blood. Therefore, they were no longer able or willing to stand up and fight for Christianity when persecution came upon them from Arabia. Their faith in Christ was shallow and weak. Then came the bloody Islamic conquerors from Arabia, who slaughtered the white Christian leaders but spared the black people and mixed breeds. The Africans quickly forgot Christ, the true religion, and became Mohammedans. Some scholars have wondered why, but not me. I know why. Islam is a product of the colored race. Islam is a dark religion for dark people. I don't know why Africans would support Islam for any other reason except of race. There are several reasons why niggers should oppose it. One reason is that the Qur'an forbids Muslims to drink intoxicating drinks, whereas most niggers like to get drunk. It says also that thieves should have their hands cut off. How many niggers would be left with hands? Christianity, the one and only true religion, has only been successful in white nations among white people as recognized in the literature of the Christian Party. Christianity prevails in every white nation, even when outlawed, but does not appear to have roots in any colored nation that could withstand tribulation. Therefore, on a racial group basis, it would appear that only the superior white race is capable of appreciating Christianity, and that the dark inferior races prefer a heathen religion like Islam. Therefore, it is obvious that we Christians should work hard to preserve the great white race. Not only will we benefit, but by keeping the white race alive, we will be able to do more missionary work and be instrumental in saving the individual souls of millions of colored people in spite of their racial weakness and racial inferiority. We white Christians love the souls of all men with all due respect to the racial differences that God Himself created. If God had only wanted one race, He would have created one race. To every place it has spread, Islam has been a blight and brought darkness. Islam's armies conquered much of Asia and Africa, and even of Europe, and caused darkness in every country that it entered, and it decayed their civilizations that the great white race had built. Muslims, in their efforts to conquer the world, occupied most of Spain and even invaded ancient France. Fortunately, there was a great white Christian leader, Charles Martel. He saved civilization and the white race by defeating the Mohammedans at the Battle of Tours in the year of our Lord, 732, thus stopping the Islamic invasion of Europe. Later, the Islamic Turks invaded white Christian Europe from the east. The Turks, under Suleiman the Magnificent, got as far into the heart of Europe as the gates of Vienna before they were stopped in 1529 A.D. In 1683 A.D., during the reign of Muhammad IV, they besieged Vienna again, but were soundly defeated by the great king Jan Schabowski in Poland, the hero of white Christendom and preserver of civilization. One of the main purposes of Mohammedan invasion of white Europe was to capture white women. Only white women are beautiful. When ruling over white sections of Europe, part of the tribute required of the conquered people was the regular giving of beautiful white women to the Muslims as slaves. They didn't like their own dark women. The African race has never produced a beautiful woman, so the Muslims were naturally not satisfied with their own black women. If the Africans were as good as whites, they would be happy with their own women instead of lusting for our white women. Your desire for white women is an admission of your own racial inferiority. One reason why we whites will never accept you into our white society is because a nigger's chief ambition in life is to sleep with a white woman, thereby polluting her. Every time a demented white woman marries a nigger, your newspapers brag about the sin. The day will come when no nigger will be allowed to even look at a white woman or a white woman's picture. That will be a sad day for the men of your race who have no respect for their own women, won't it? For your information, nigger is the Latin word for black, so why are you ashamed of it? Yes, Africans in America are ashamed of their own race. They regret that they are what they are. As proof, look at the nigger newspaper that advertise skin whiteners and so-called hair straighteners. If blacks are as good as whites, why aren't they proud of their black skins and the kinky wool on top of their heads?
You are listening to a reading, word for word, of Master Farad Muhammad's student, Elijah Muhammad, the Messenger of Allah, his book, Message to the Black Man, page 332.
If you aren't ashamed of your race, why don't you strive to keep it pure and preserve it and its characteristics? You blacks have a lower opinion of your own race than we whites have. You hate, yes, hate your own African race so much that you want to destroy it by mixing your blood with white blood. You want white blood pumped into your race because you think white blood is better and will improve you and make you less Negroid, less African. You are trying to forget what you are. You blacks are sick of each other and want to forget your heritage and your race by associating with your white superiors. If you were as good as whites and equal to us, you would not be trying to force yourselves into white society. You would be happy with the company of your fellow Africans. Or is the odor too much for you? Since you niggers don't respect your own race and don't love your race enough to preserve it, how can you expect white people to respect it? I have more respect for an African who believes in black supremacy and racial purity than I do for an African who hates his own race and tries vainly to disown it. I admire the African who says that no white man is good enough to shake hands with him. I hope you will appreciate the fact that I am not a hypocrite like some Yankees who preach race mixing and practice segregation. I actually express the sentiments and feelings that are in the hearts of most white people everywhere when I tell you that I believe in white supremacy and the inferiority of all dark races. Why should we whites let Africans infiltrate our civilization when Africans have never been able to build or maintain a civilization of their own? You Africans are afraid to do it alone. You are afraid that you would get lost without the white man to guide you and help you. Yet with your mania or mongrelization, you are trying to destroy the white race that has given you civilization on a silver platter. You are striving to kill the white goose that laid the golden egg of civilization. If you succeed, you will not be able to get more golden eggs because the white goose will be dead. A new independent African nation will be born in a few days on March 6th, 1957. Now known as the Rich Gold Coast, it will become known as Ghana. Blacks will run it from top to bottom. Do you think they are capable of success, or does their black blood doom them to their failure? The black prime minister graduated from Lincoln University here in America. Many of Ghana officials have studied in America. English is a common language in Ghana. If the Africans had self-respect and ability, they would go to Ghana in Africa and prove their racial ability by helping to build a great African nation. They won't go because they have no confidence in themselves. They know that their race is a lower form of humanity and cannot stand on its own feet. The Africans of America are afraid to be without the white man and thus admit their own inferiority. The British West Indies that lie off the coast of the United States will also become a new independent black nation soon. They speak English there. However, America's black people won't even go that short distance to help build a black nation because there won't be enough whites to control them and lead them around. The Africans of America are convinced that they would perish without the white race to help and protect them. Blacks even claim that white teachers are superior to black teachers. Inferiors always demand the right to associate with their superiors. When the black man cries against segregation, he is actually singing praise to the white race. They never intended for America to fall into the possession of a dark race. Many of the founders of this nation owned blacks as slaves, such as Washington, Jefferson, and the great Patrick Henry, who said, "Give me liberty or give me death." America is a white Christian nation, and no infidelic religion such as Islam has a right to exist under the American sun. Your Islam, your Mohammedanism is not a white religion. Mohammedanism is a nigger religion. The white race will never accept it, so take it back to Africa with you. It is like the Holy Bible says about God's plan for the nations of men in Acts 16:31, and hath determined the times before appointed, and the bounds of their habitation. Therefore you have no place in America with your African race or your Islamic African religion. The Christian party becomes stronger every day. When we are elected to power, we will legally drive you out. Remember 1492 AD, when those two great white Christian monarchs, King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella, expelled the Muslims from Spain? The Christian party will be even more ruthless. We will not tolerate your infidelic Christ-hating religion on American soil. We will drive Islam into the ocean. America isn't big enough for the Christian party and black Islam, so Islam must go. You Muslims should be ashamed of yourselves for trying to lead the poor darkies of America into your Mohammedan hell. If they are smart, they will shun Muhammad and follow the Lord Jesus Christ, the Son of God, into heaven and a happy and everlasting life. Repent and confess the Lord Jesus Christ, or you will burn in hell forever. You infidels, your false religion is an insult to the true living God. May God have mercy upon your heathen soul. With many wishes for the failure of Islam in America, I am yours for Christ, country, and race, J.B. Stoner, arch leader of the Christian Party, Post Office Box 48, Atlanta, Georgia. My answer to Mr. J.B. Stoner and his Christian Knights of the Ku Klux Klan is as follows. Sir, the only so-called Negroes who love you, the whites, and desire you are those who are ignorant of the knowledge of you. This you do not know. And as soon as they awaken, as they will, to the knowledge of you being the real devils, their open enemies, they too will not shake your hands nor want to look at you or even your shadow. The truth of you will make all black mankind hate you, regardless of their color, black, brown, yellow, or red. This truth of you is part of that secret that was withheld by Allah to allow you to live your time, 6,000 years. I admit that the so-called Negroes are not only ignorant of self and you, but they are actually mentally dead. Your time is up, and you are now being revealed, and you will by no means be able to hide yourself or deceive my people any longer. Who is to blame for this mixing, black Africans or the white European devils? Did the black Africans go seeking your white women in Europe, or did you carry her to them in Africa? Isn't it true that black Africans are today asking your kind to leave them and their country, and that you won't leave without war? They will one day throw you out. How did the so-called Negroes get into America? Did they come here of their own desire for America and for your women? Or did you go after them in their country and bring them here against their will? Did your Negro slave ever try making sexual love with their slave masters' wives and daughters while you held and still hold complete power over them? Which of your houses and families show that the black and white males have been and are still visiting, yours or the Negroes? We see you day and night after the so-called Negro women, whistling and winking your eyes and blowing your car horns at them, making advances to every Negro woman that walks, rides, flies, or works for you in your homes, offices, and factories. Not in America alone, but all over the earth, wherever you go among the black, brown, yellow, and red people. We see that you are after our women whom you say to be ugly. If your women are so beautiful, why then do our ugly women attract you and your kind? You and your kind, according to history, have been after our women ever since being on our planet. We drove you out of Asia 6,000 years ago to keep you away from our women and from mixing your wicked blood in ours. We veiled and locked our women in to keep your adulterous blue eyes from feasting on her beauty. And the only solution to this mixture of your devil blood in our homes is that Allah remove you completely off our planet. Also those of our own who love and desire mixing with you. This is the resurrection and separation of us all. Little do you and the so-called Negroes know or believe it. Your concern for the protection of your white women should have been prepared by your fathers and self by staying away from our women. Your race is still white, so what are you afraid of? I have been risen to raise my people here and to help them into knowledge of self and their God Allah, who is in person among them, and you their open enemies, the devils. Therefore the so-called Negroes are your own product as far as teachings and training are concerned. If you have taught them, my people, the so-called Negroes, the truth, why are you so afraid of them believing that which you didn't teach them? You said in your letter, the Muslims should be ashamed of themselves for trying to lead the poor darkies of America into your Mohammedan hell. Have you, the Christian party, led the so-called Negroes into heaven? Wasn't John Hawkins, the slave trader, a member of your Christian party race? He didn't fit them, the so-called Negroes, in heaven. The Muslims make the so-called Negroes who believe in Allah and his religion Islam equal in the brotherhood of our nation. Have you done or are you doing it now, making the Christian believing Negroes your equal brothers? You say, confess the Lord Jesus Christ or you will burn in hell forever. That hell must not be so hot that one can burn in it forever and never burn up. Isn't it true that your Christian party lynches and burns your black Christian believers there in your own state, Georgia? Have you ever seen or heard of us Muslims lynching and burning Negroes who believe or don't believe in Islam? You said we are Christ-hating. You have used the name of Jesus for a bait to deceive the Negroes, while at the same time you are not a doer of the teachings of Jesus, nor of the prophets before Jesus. Your Bible teaches against the doing of evil. It also warns you to do unto others as you would have done unto yourself, and to love thy brother as thyself. Not any of these teachings have you or your kind ever practiced. You do not care enough for a Negro Christian believer to call him your brother Christian, and you do not think of doing unto him as you would have done unto yourself. You beat and kill them, Negro Christian believers, day and night, and bomb their churches, where in reality they worship you, not Jesus. You even burn your own Christian sign, the cross, when you plan to kill or burn your poor black Christian slaves. You acknowledge in your letter that Islam was the Negro's religion and that Christianity was a white people's religion. Then why don't you leave the Negroes alone or help them get back to their own religion, Islam? And why do you insult men and the whole nation of Islam and threaten to drive us into the ocean for teaching the Negroes their own religion, since you won't dare teach it to them? You further say that America is a white Christian nation, that it was founded by white men for white men, and that they, the founders, never intended for America to fall into the possession of a dark race. Just why then are you hindering the Negroes from going back to their own religion and people, especially since you are not going to divide this country with them and not going to treat them as your equal? Your Bible teaches that the day will come when every man will turn and go to his own.
Did you originally own this part of our planet?
Aren't the Red Indians the original owners, who are brothers of the dark nation of Islam? There is no part of our planet that was ever given to the white race. The planet belongs to us, the nation of Islam, and I am afraid that you might fall backwards into a lake of fire when you attempt to drive Islam into the ocean. If the ocean is ours, so is the land that you claim to be yours. Your Bible teaches you that it belongs to us. You shall soon come to know. You accuse the so-called Negroes, who are really members of the holy tribe of Shabazz, of being drunkards and thieves, and suggest that they should oppose Islam because it forbids Muslims to drink intoxicating drinks, whereas most so-called Negroes, or as you said, niggers, like to get drunk. Who makes the intoxicating drinks? Do you make it, or do the so-called Negroes make it? And doesn't your government legalize the sale of intoxicating drinks? Since you say that you are Christians and followers of Jesus, did Jesus teach and legalize the sale and drinking of strong drinks? And did you find that my people were thieves and drunkards in their native land 400 years ago when they were kidnapped by John Hawkins and brought over here into slavery? And haven't you been their master and teacher ever since? So whatever they are today, you, the Christian race, made them that. You admit that Islam doesn't allow such evils, but still you call Islam infidelic. The Christian religion permits every evil practice that is known to mankind and legalizes them. Such religion and people you call to be of Jesus?
We know who you are and who the so-called Negroes really are. The God of the universe and the right religion are not asking you, nor thank you, for trying to tell us or our people, whom you call niggers, anything of God and his religion. When we get through opening the Negroes' eyes, you will take your hats off to them.
Your letter is headed with 1 Thessalonians 3:14-16 and St. John 8:44-48. Why not 2 Thessalonians 2:3-4-7-12? Also 1 Corinthians 10:21. All these, as well as St. John 8:44, refer to you and your race as the real devils, who even killed Jesus and the prophets before him,
and who persecute us who believe and preach Islam.
I am real happy to have received such open confessions of your evil self, as I am doing all I can to make the Negroes see that you and your religion are their open enemies, and to prove to them that they will never be anything but your slaves, and finally go to hell with you for believing and following you and your kind.
I hope the world of black mankind will read your letter to me, for you have many of them fooled. Some Arab Muslims think that you, the whites, can be made Muslims, but not me, unless you are really born again, and it's too late for a rebirth. I say all so-called Negroes should give up the white race's religion and come into their own nation of Islam. In Islam alone, they will enjoy brotherly love, peace of mind, and contentment. I will admit the so-called Negroes educated and trained by you and your kind will never be able to maintain self-rule.
But they are now reaching out for Allah and Islam, and for training from others of their own nation who are and have been independent long before you were even created. We all know that you hold back the very key of knowledge that would make the so-called Negroes that you school from ever being capable of self-government. But they will get it in Islam, and when they have finished their courses, they won't even think of building a government on your basis. The world that you have built is nothing compared to that which Allah will build with your slaves, the so-called Negroes. You make it clear why you doubt Ghana's success in maintaining independence, because Ghana's Prime Minister graduated from one of your schools, Lincoln University, and because it's your language, English, that is the common language in Ghana. But now they are studying their own Arabic language, and soon they will return to their own religion, Islam. You said that if the Africans of America had self-respect and ability, they would go to Ghana and help build a great African nation, but not with your schooling. If you would stop interfering with those who are trying to qualify themselves for a return to their native people and country, within a few years they all would leave you and your evil doings. But nay, you don't want them to leave your country. No, not any more than Pharaoh wanted to see his slaves leave Egypt. But Allah is going to take yours as he took Pharaoh's slaves, believe it or not. You like to make fun of your slaves whom you have taught and trained, but they are your product. You make the so-called Negroes do for you everything that a real citizen does, and yet you will not give him equal rights as a citizen. You make them fight to keep you free to rule them in their kind. They, so-called Negroes, pay equal taxes, but are paid the lowest wages. Even in your own state, Georgia, they aren't allowed to use your highway filling stations' restrooms, but will be arrested if they are seen relieving themselves in public. They are not allowed to eat in your public eating places, though they may purchase the food and eat it on the outside.
Yet, when your country's future is at stake, you tell them that this is their country and that they are citizens of it.
You know that they are fools for believing what you say, knowing that you have told them the same old false story many times, and many of them believe you, but not me or my followers. If there was any good in you, which there isn't, you would exempt all the so-called Negroes from paying taxes, since they are your free slaves. You don't intend to divide your 48 states with them, not even one state, nor the spoils of war that they so willingly help gain for you. The so-called Negroes do not demand anything from you except that you stop killing them unjustly and give them equal justice under your laws as you do for yourself, and equal wages as you do for your kind and for the same labor. No, not land for themselves, nor instruments and money to go elsewhere, which you have acquired from their labor, sweat, and blood.
No real civilized people would be asking for such small pay in return for 400 years of free labor, free blood, life, and for the use, misuse of their women by you at your will. Only a foolish people without knowledge of you and their own kind would accept that. Thanks to Allah, our God, in the person of Master Farad Muhammad, the great Mahdi, who was to come and has come to restore we, who were lost from our own, the kingdom of Islam, and to destroy those who have destroyed us. Thou art our God, O Allah, and we are thy people. Deliver us from our murderers, and we will serve and obey thee all the days of our life, and we will teach our children thy praises, and to submit to thee for thy unequaled love and mercy for us. And thanks to you, O Allah, for making manifest our enemy, the devil, and help us, O Allah, to die the death of a Muslim. Signed, Elijah Muhammad. Assalamu alaikum. I am Brother Douglas. It has been a supreme opportunity to repeat the words of the most honorable Elijah Muhammad, Allah's messenger. Master Farad Muhammad, God in person, gave the words to the most honorable Elijah Muhammad, who gave us, we, the American so-called Negroes, his words in his great book, Message to the Black Man. That completes the reading of Message to the Black Man, 341 pages. And now we provide you with a few moments of a preview of the Messenger of Allah's book, word for word, from God in person, Master Farad Muhammad, How to Eat to Live, also available on audio tapes.
Assalamu alaikum. I am Brother Douglas X. It is indeed a great privilege and pleasure to record the writings of the most honorable Elijah Muhammad as we present to you on this audio cassette from God in person, Master Farad Muhammad, by Elijah Muhammad, Messenger of Allah, book number 1, How to Eat to Live. This book, How to Eat to Live, Messenger Elijah Muhammad, our beloved leader and teacher, follows the tradition of the prophets and apostles, teaching as they did not only of spiritual enlightenment, but also of well-being. For example, Moses taught his people when they were slaves in Egypt not to eat the unclean food of the Pharaoh. Elijah Muhammad does this and more. This is an instructional course. One should read along with the cassette in order for a double-jointed venture in learning. Word for word, a narration of the book, the mighty book called How to Eat to Live by Elijah Muhammad, with words from God in person, Master Farad Muhammad. How to Eat to Live, page 1. Right way to eat. There is no way for us to learn the right way to eat in order to live a long life except through the guidance and teachings of Allah, who came in the person of Master Farad Muhammad. The Bible says that He will give us more life abundancy, but He demands strict obedience to His will. There is no way of prolonging the life of human beings or any other life unless it begins with restrictions of the foods which sustain life, the right kinds of food, and the proper time when it should be taken into our bodies. Jehovah taught Israel how to live, but Israel rebelled against the law of Jehovah, handed down to them through Moses, the servant of Jehovah. There are many Jews today called Orthodox Jews who try to eat in order to live. They are careful of the type of food that goes into their stomachs. They will not slaughter an animal without trying to drain that animal's blood out of its body before taking it for food. They will not accept diseased animals, birds, or fowls. We give credit to the Jews for still trying to obey that which they were ordered to do by Allah through the prophets that Allah sent to them. The Jews paid the penalty for disobedience and are still paying. However, they are the only people the Holy Quran teaches whose food we can eat. They in turn can eat our food. The Muslims who try to live according to the teachings of the Holy Quran will not eat the wrong food when they know what that food is. Of course, those who are becoming converts to Islam in America, my followers, are being tried. The Christians, white and black, try to force or deceive my followers into eating foods they know we, the Muslims, do not approve. In prison, they almost starve my followers, trying to force them to eat the filthy, poisonous swine flesh. This I know, because when I was in prison, they did the same to me. Thanks to the coming of Allah in the person of Master Farad Muhammad, if we obey what He has given to us in the way of proper foods and the proper time to partake of these foods, we will never be sick or have to pay hundreds, thousands, and millions of dollars for doctor bills and hospitalization. The Christian people have one of the most brutal ways of killing animals for their food. Many of their animals are killed under fright and excitement. They actually murder the animals they eat. We, the Muslims, who have not been able to go out to the slaughterhouses as yet to choose our meat, as the Orthodox Jews are doing, slaughter our animals or cattle at a time when they least expect it. We take their lives in the name of Allah with a prayer over this condemned life to be used to sustain our lives. Allah has taught me how to eat in order to live. I have been teaching it to my followers, but we often become negligent and fall victim to our own negligence. As a result, we are calling the doctor or going to the hospital because we did not eat the right food and in the proper way. Hereafter, I shall enforce restriction on my followers to eat as Allah bids us. As I have said to my followers on many occasions, life cannot be prolonged unless we are careful of what we eat and when we eat. The foolish idea of eating 3 or 4 times a day and all between meals is like the poisonous swine who never has any regular eating habit. Even a dog will not eat when he is full most of the time. The hog, however, swallows as long as he can and then regrets that he can't keep swallowing. He will crawl into his food and wait until he can swallow some more. He is so greedy, he won't leave his food. Vegetables. Virtually all vegetables are good to eat except collard greens and turnip salad. The roots of turnips do very well, but not the salad. Cabbages are good, especially the whitehead, but not the green leaves. Cauliflower is a really fine vegetable, but take away the green leaves. There are a lot of other good vegetables that have been grafted from original vegetables, though some of the grafted vegetables are not good to eat. Do not eat the vegetable called kale. Eat some spinach, but do not become a habitual spinach eater. Eat rutabaga, a little every now and then. You may eat as much garlic and onion as you like, but no sweet potatoes and no white potatoes. Sweet potatoes were never good for any human to eat. They are good for hogs, but not for you. White Irish potatoes are a food for people who live in frigid zones, a staple food for such as Europe, Northern America, and Canada. But potatoes and rice are too starchy for you and me. They laden us with too much starch and fat, which are friends to diabetes. Sweet potatoes are full of gas. Do not eat them. There are many more vegetables you will find edible or forbidden to eat in this book. If you like, write me for more information on other vegetables not mentioned here. Peas. Allah forbids us to eat peas. He considers most peas fit for cattle and herds of animals, but not for the delicate stomachs of human beings. No black-eyed peas, field peas, speckled peas, red peas, or brown peas. Do not eat the split peas you find in the store. Peas, collard greens, turnip greens, sweet potatoes, and white potatoes are very cheaply raised foods. The southern slave masters used them to feed the slaves and still advise the consumption of them. Most white people of the middle and upper class do not eat this lot of cheap food, which is unfit for human consumption. Beans, dry. No beans did he advise, except the small navy, the small size and not the larger size, the little brown pink ones and the white ones. This bean he valued to be very high in protein, fats, and starches, and it is a safe food for prolonging life. As you will find, most of the Muslims like their bean soup. These beans are dry beans. He said that he could take one of our babies and start him off eating the dry, small navy bean soup and make that child live 240 years. He described no other bean. This dry bean, or pulse, is of ancient origin. It was this bean, according to certain historians, that Daniel preferred for himself and his followers in the prison of Nebuchadnezzar. Do not add rice and meats to these beans because they contain proteins, fats, and starches. Fruits. Virtually all fruits are good. We eat apples, oranges, bananas, pears, peaches, tangerines, mangoes, plums, grapes. Do not eat processed dried grapes. Eat natural sun-dried grapes, pomegranates, lemons, and grapefruit. Bread. Eat whole wheat, but not the whole grain. It is too much for the digestive system. Eat wheat, never white flour, which has been robbed of all its natural vitamins and proteins, sold separately as cereals. You know as well as I that the white race is a commercializing people, and they do not worry about the lives they jeopardize so long as the dollar is safe. You might find yourself eating death if you follow them. He faultily forbids us to eat cornbread. The white race and some African people used to live off cornbread because it is cheaply made. It is not good for human consumption because of its potency, which only animals' stomachs are able to digest. Positively do not eat cornbread. If you must, or are forced to eat it, he said to cook it 2 or 3 times, put it up, sour it with a good yeast, dice onions into it, and let it ferment like wheat bread. After this, cook it 2 or 3 times. Never eat fresh hot corn muffins or hot cakes and syrup. When you eat half-cooked bread, it shortens your life, as all bread will rise again in our stomachs, buckling our stomachs and intestinal walls. The more it is cooked, the less this will happen. Rye bread, if it is cooked enough, is fine to eat. It is not good for office people. They are not active enough to digest such a bread. It is good for a working man doing manual labor. Office workers should not even eat baked beans, nor beans with rice and meat in them, because of their jobs do not permit them enough activity to digest such heavy foods. Prepare your own food. Take time and prepare your own foods. Do not kill yourselves by running to the store buying processed foods to eat, and never buy those ready-made biscuits. We plan to install health food departments in our bakeries, grocery store, and restaurants soon. Watch for them. Do not eat the highly rich soy bean, which is a new flour on the market. These beans are for cattle, not human beings. The oil from soybeans is not good for our stomachs. Soybean flour is being mixed with wheat flour by the flour mills. In fact, the Christians are experimenting with all foods. They do not care what they eat as long as it does not kill them instantly. Beware. For good health, we should raise and prepare our own food. As I said in this book, the white race is a commercializing race by nature. It is the almighty dollar they are after, not long life. Remember, cook your bread thoroughly. Make thin rolls so that you can cook them well done. The rolls should be sliced, and those slices of bread should be toasted through and through before they are eaten. There is no such thing as being too stale. Actually, stale bread is better on your stomach and digestive system. Positively eat no nuts. The eating regulations in this book are a must with my followers. Begin at once. Eat only 1 meal a day, regardless of the work you are doing. Do not put lard in your bread. Use vegetable oil, corn oil, pure butter, olive oil, or whatever good vegetable oil you choose. Keep any hog or swine out of your foods. Do not eat fried or hard-baked foods if you can avoid them. When it comes to meats, no fried chicken or steaks. Nothing fried. Fried foods are hard on your digestive system and will cut short your life. Food God suggests. What food does Allah, God, suggest? He suggests the food that is good for us and does not make us ill. Food that is for human consumption and not for animals. Never before have we gone so far astray. The European white race, blessed with the privilege of eating the best food the earth provides, has taught us to eat the worst, divinely prohibited food. We eat all the time, 3 and 4 times a day. This is enough to wear out the intestines of a brass monkey. Eat a single meal a day, no matter what anyone says. If your doctor says that you should eat more than 1 meal a day, ignore him with a smile and eat only once a day. If he tells you he eats 3 meals a day, tell him that his length of life is about the same as his patient's. Then tell the doctor to try eating 1 meal a day. The more idle our stomachs are, the longer they will last. The more we tax our stomach, the sooner it wears out. We all try to live as long as we can because nature never teaches us that we should not try to live. We do not have a nature that teaches us to die or teaches of life somewhere else. No matter how staunch a believer the Christian may be in a life after the grave, if he gets sick, he sends for the doctor. He prays to stay on here and not to go to the unknown. To live a long time, Allah, in the person of Master Fard Muhammad, has taught me life must begin with the type of food that will prolong life. We have been talking about bread. There are people so poor they have no choice, and there are some so rich who still have no choice. Whole wheat bread, cooked thoroughly, is the best bread. It should be ground very fine. It can be ground almost as fine as its white kernel. Never eat corn bread. As I said, rye bread is still right for the hard-working man. Even at that, it should be cooked twice. The Christian civilization has taught the so-called Negroes.
You are listening to a preview of the reading of the book, How to Eat to Live, word for word, by the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad. You've heard the voice of Douglas X of the Moray Cassette Network, Phoenix, Arizona, and Los Angeles, California. Area code 602-877-3454.